Councillor Carr, are you on the line? Can we do an audio check?
Hello?
Councillor Carr? I think you're muted.
You are right, I'm muted.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Boyle, can I do an audio check with you? Great.
Yes, this is Councillor Boyle. Can you hear me, Rosemary?
Yep, perfect. Don't forget sunscreen.
Great. I have lots of sunscreen on. Thank you.
Hi, Councillor Fry. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, perfect. Councillor Swanson, can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, can you
Nice
hear me?
looking mask. I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you. My mom just made it for me yesterday.
On policy and strategic priorities, back to order. And we are at the point of dealing with item 2, enabling mass timber construction. We've heard staff presentation. I will now move into questions to staff. We have a speakers list, and it's starting with Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. So my first two questions are broad. My third, actually, I want to read this email the city manager just sent us before I get to it. So I'll just stick with the first two for now, which is I'm curious to hear why I'm very excited about this report. And I'm curious to hear why it has taken us this long to get here when other municipalities have already opted in. Just some sense of how we got to this point at this time.
Patrick, do you want to answer that?
Hi, yes, Patrick here. I can answer that. So, normal count, just so you know, the normal code development timeline would have been this comes into the National Building Code effective at the end of 2020. Then that would normally fall into the provincial building codes, including the BC Building Code, under a normal timeline by 2022. And then Vancouver normally adopts those measures with our Vancouver-specific provisions into the building bylaw the year after, so 2023. So this is accelerated from that. What the province did was they created an early adoption provision last year that was effective December 2019. And so in keeping with that, we were following right behind that. So this is intended to follow right behind the provisions that the province were already creating, and does represent a early adoption as much as 3 years in advance of when it normally would have come into the building bylaw.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. I've been asked that question by others, so I just wanted to get a chance to hear a full answer. My other question is, how tall could we be going with this type of construction? Are there reasons? I hear we're going to 12 because that's the national standard, et cetera. But I guess, what does the future hold for this correction?
That's a great question. So this is something that we did talk about with our external Mass Timber Advisory Committee, and the support was to move as quickly as possible, as you mentioned, in keeping with that early adoption, to adopt what's already coming into the provincial and national codes, and to also explore what else we could do, what other changes we might be able to make to help encourage mass timber construction. And that's scheduled for a report back by Q4 of this year. So in terms of height, one possible example that we would be interested in exploring is based off the Brock Commons model, which is 18 stories, fully encapsulated mass timber. That was used as an example in the American, it's the International Building Code is the US National Code, and that comes into effect in the US in 2021. So that's an example that we would be looking at and exploring, but obviously has to go through full consultation together with Vancouver Fire Rescue Services and internal and external stakeholders.
Okay, and finally, I'm curious to hear, knowing that the majority of our residential construction is still low density, is mass timber being used in residential buildings 3 stories and under, or what's the balance of timber to concrete, and are we looking at shifting for that floor space too?
Mr. Enright, when you answer,
Yes.
I wonder if you could speak a little more directly into your microphone or a little more loudly. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, yes. Sorry about that. So yes, construction currently in Vancouver under 1 to 3 stories is typically concrete foundations or concrete parkade with 1 to 3 stories of light frame on top of that. So mass timber is used in some cases for structural walls, but more typical is light frame, which is also obviously renewable material with low embodied carbon impact. So we're already seeing wood construction in that building form.
Okay, and are there other ways that we reduce the embodied carbon in those lower density?
Yes, so that is something we're actively exploring, everything from low carbon concrete, for example, where concrete is needed, to alternatives, to also insulation, low carbon insulation materials, low carbon cladding and roofing materials as well. So we're definitely, as part of Big Move 5 and low carbon construction, we're definitely looking at a full suite of reductions, and especially focusing, we're definitely focusing on low-rise construction, as we know that is an important part of building in Vancouver.
Okay, great. Thanks. Great work on this.
And perfectly timed, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Wiebe, you're up for 5 minutes.
Yeah, in both recommendations, it talks about encapsulated mass timber. And I'm just wondering, I know that we're trying to move away from having to encapsulate all components of it. And I'm just wondering if it needs to be in the recommendation, or what is kind of the future of being able to expose and have that wood viewed in construction, recognizing that when they built the one in UBC, they talked about how no one can actually see the mass timber, even though mass timber does meet the fire code.
Yes, so the national provisions are for encapsulated mass timber as a construction, as an alternative building type. So encapsulation is necessary within these provisions to align with the provincial and national proposals. There is great interest in greater exposure, and I believe there's a great deal of work happening at the national level right now to explore, together with rigorous fire testing, greater levels of exposure. And that's, I think, something that a question that would be well looked at over the next few months as part of that further measures is, are there places where that's we could do that, but also at the same time recognizing that if this is being looked at rigorously at the national level, then that may be a great place for that development to take place. Also understanding what we can do here.
do we need to follow the federal and provincial rules, or are we allowed to push the limit a little bit on some of this construction to kind of be a pilot for the country on what we could deal and what kind of limits we could push without having encapsulated?
So we decide what is in the Vancouver building bylaw. The benefit of where possible following national provincial codes, in addition to aligning with other jurisdictions, is that they are able to vet the full fire testing and everything that goes along with that. That said, we are interested in exploring where possible all ways that we can encourage mass timber construction while still getting that agreement from internal and external stakeholders. So we also have, we have a great alternative solutions process where buildings like the Terrace House that was in the presentation, buildings like 2150 Keith Drive, the 10-story mass timber office tower are already looking at where exposure can be possible. And that process is great for that.
And we have the ability to make relaxations if we seem that it meets the needs. Is that correct?
Exactly. So it's a rigorous process where our code officials and fire officials review that a building a proposal, including possible additional exposure, is achieving the equivalent performance of what is prescribed within the building code. And that's already happening with buildings like I mentioned in Vancouver, and our officials are working hard to facilitate mass timber in Vancouver. Okay,
and then we've heard of kind of projects that might come that are above the current 12-story limit, like larger ones in the 30-story realm. Is that something that, I think the question was kind of already answered, but how does that get incorporated in your kind of review work and report back to us? Like, are we looking at kind of leading the industry norm and trying one of these projects, and what would that look like to do something at 30 stories?
So we have Pat Ryan, if you'd like to comment further on the alternative solutions process, but we are exploring together with internal and external stakeholders a report back by Q4 of what possible things we could include that would allow further provisions for mass timber. But if someone came forward with a 30-story proposal, then our staff would work with them through the alternative solutions process to see how we might facilitate that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Councillor Weave. I'm just looking at another name. And Councillor Fry, you're on for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you, that sounded weird. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Enright. And I'm really excited about mass timber construction and followed this closely for a number of years. I'm hoping that you saw the amendment kind of material that I had submitted earlier to the city manager's office for some consideration, because I sort of wanted to speak to that. And if you haven't, I can kind of just run through it really quickly. In speaking to, okay, so the gist being, in speaking to firefighters and in conversation with some leading architects who've worked on this kind of material, they've all expressed variously concerns around removing of the encapsulation to expose the beautiful wood finish, which is great, and of course it looks fantastic, but it obviously compromises the integrity of the whole premise behind encapsulated mass timber, which is fire safety. So where I was going with this, and my understanding is through the Fire Act, inspections aren't really allowed in people's personal domiciles. So if we, in the event that we're building mass timber residential, that a man's home is his castle kind of pretense prevents fire inspection of those units, but that some homeowner may unwittingly expose the mass timber because it looks cool and actually compromise the overall fire safety of the building. And I'm wondering if there's a workaround that we can include in this language to ensure that we are actually thinking about how we can mitigate those unintended consequences of homeowners.
Yes, so I believe we also have Rick Chung, Assistant Fire Chief, on the line or available for a question as well. But I would just add that that was a concern that was raised during the internal stakeholder process for developing this. And we addressed that together with fire services um, uh, by removing the allowance for up to 35% exposure of mass timber, so that within residential suites under these provisions, there's no exposure of the mass timber allowed within the residential suites. So they won't see it at all. They won't know to expose it. Was the fear that if they saw it, they might know to expose it and go beyond what was tested and approved. That said, if it is conceivable through our alternative solutions process that if you had an assembly that was designed, approved, tested, and installed for a higher percentage of exposure, then that would be a different vision. But Rick, do you have any? Are you available?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Rick Chung, Vancouver Fire Services, Fire Protection Engineer. Yeah, I can add that there's a requirement for a fire safety plan for buildings, which require the owner to make sure that fire protection systems are inspected and maintained and tested. And it is on the onus of the owner to see that through. So there's a requirement that we can put into the fire safety plan that this building, for example, would be built under this provision, and that the protection systems must remain in place. And any encapsulation layer that has been removed would have to be put back in place. So there's already provisions for that.
I'm not sure that it necessarily addresses my concern, though, that a homeowner may just decide to peel off some drywall because it's easy to do, and I'm not even sure if removing drywall is the kind of thing that many people would consider to be a permitted kind of activity. So I guess I'm concerned that we may be opening ourselves up to the potential that people, knowing because I'm sure selling a building as an environmentally sound mass timber construction will be an asset to sales, and encouraging a certain type of buyer who may in fact be enticed to remove the drywall from the sanctuary of their own home.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
Just two additional points I would say is that when visual grade mass timber is more expensive than non-visual grade mass timber, and non-visual grade is typically specified when it's going to be covered. So the look and appeal of it would be diminished for mass timber that's designed to be covered. The other thing I would add is that yes, technically residents could illegally alter their building. That is also currently a risk in light frame timber and in other types of construction. And so the inherent fire resistance of mass timber would only be a benefit in that case.
If I could just...
That's your time. Yeah, that's your time, Councillor Fry. But if there's a tiny bit of answer, I've allowed a few staff to answer a little longer. Go ahead.
The only thing I would say, Councillor Carr, to that is there is, of course, that risk, but that risk exists now in all kinds of construction with people doing their home wiring projects and so forth, which are actually greater fire hazard than exposed mass timber would be. So, you know, it's just something we have to live with and try to enforce as we discover it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato, on to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you to staff for the presentation this morning. Very excited about this work. I know we've been able to provide for this through alternative solutions, but I appreciate, and I've been following this as well, the real benefits that we garner, and you reiterated those earlier. But I do want to follow up specifically around what we're doing in terms of encouraging and incenting the development community to use mass timber in their projects. And I know there are some on the books that are, you know, as Councillor Weed talked about, that are taller, but I am curious about what role we play in that and what conversations are happening to sort of encourage and educate people that this is an opportunity within the city.
Yes, so I can begin answering that question. I think that this report itself would be a big signal. And as I said, we're also consulting through our Mass Timber Advisory, our external Mass Timber Advisory Committee. And part of that is input on what additional things we could explore both in code and in the zoning and development bylaw that might help encourage mass timber. So we are definitely having additional conversations like that. Some things that have come up in regarding to zoning, and I'll let others comment perhaps more, but just where possible, if buildings can be aligned vertically, so minimizing wherever appropriate step backs and things like that can make it easier to have a repeatable mass timber structure. We're also, so definitely there's some of the feedback and some of the things that we are interested in incorporating in a report back towards the end of the year.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
That's great. Well, Council, we are at the end of the questions and in terms of anybody on the list. So is there anybody willing to move a motion?
So moved, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung, that's great. So
Second,
Council,
Swanson.
no need to second in committee. I am going to move us to the main queue to discuss it. Oh, we have a list on already. I imagine these are holdovers. Councillor DiGenova, Councillors Bly, Hardwick, Swanson, did you intend to be on this list?
A holdover.
Okay, that's fine. I'll move you on. Councillor Bly, were you on this list intentionally?
No holdover, thank you.
Councillor Hardwick?
Holdover.
Councillor Swanson, I think you are new.
Yes, I'm new. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just want to say I think this is a great report. I'm glad we're doing it. It looks like it's meeting a lot of needs, especially around climate and creating local jobs. And thanks to staff for the report. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I will be brief and say I really love seeing reports like this. It is greener, it is healthier, and it is more cost effective. And so that is a check, 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 and a win-win-win for me. I am also looking forward to looking at projects coming forward that are taller than the up to 12 stories that we are dealing with here. And I think that if we can use unique materials that hit all of those home runs for me, then I think that's a win both from a sustainability point of view, but as I said, also from affordability. So I'm actually really excited to see some of these projects underway in conjunction with some of the other initiatives that Council has approved and put in place with the work of staff, such as lower emissions for buildings 3 stories and lower. So I'm happy to support it. And I think we're moving in the right direction, recognizing that building emissions is one of the largest emitting areas that over which City Council has direct jurisdiction and ability to implement positive policy to change that direction in a positive way. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Boyle.
You know what, I will just, Councillor Kirby-Yung really just covered all the points that I also wanted to cover, which is that I'm very excited about this direction and look forward to us continuing to move along this way as quickly as the science requires us to. And so a thank you to staff for all the work.
And thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I was just looking up, it was 5 years ago that UBC's Tallwood building was really in play. So it's amazing actually that the technology and adoption has accelerated this quickly, just over 5 years, 4 or 5 years. So enthusiastically supportive of it. Good work, team. Hopefully the rest of the world is watching and we'll have broader adoption. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and like my colleagues before me, I'm thrilled to see this come forward. I think Councillor Kirby-Yung said it checks all the boxes, but I think when you think about the conversations that we're often having here at Council, housing affordability is one of the things that comes up often, frequently, and we've heard how this can, mass timber can lower costs potentially. The other topic that comes up repeatedly is sustainability and climate, and that this is a low carbon material, it's renewable and recyclable and energy efficient. And so again, on the environmental front, some real benefits. Enabling faster construction again ties into the housing affordability conversation, but also really appreciated the feedback that, again, we're talking about, because it's a renewable resource, it's locally sourced, so from BC communities, so we're supporting local jobs and resource communities outside of Vancouver, but we are benefiting as a city as well from that, and so that's another benefit to this work. And so I'm glad that we're getting that alignment with these recommendations today. And I am also interested in seeing what's possible
in terms of greater height beyond the 12 stories. And because I do think there's some more opportunity there. And I do know there's some members of the development community who are thinking about that and want to be creating housing for our residents, but they also want to be doing it in a sustainable way that aligns with our goals as a city. So I'm also enthusiastic about this work. So thank you for bringing it forward today.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry.
Is my mic on?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I don't see the thing on the speaker, but that's great. So really, really happy to support this. I echoing some of Councillor Dominato's comments just now. I know that from my work at UBCM, there are so many communities across our province who are so excited by the opportunities availed by mass timber construction. So many communities are really struggling with some of the forestry downturns and softwood lumber tariffs coming from the United States. So this could be a real shot in the arm for the rest of our province. So on that note alone, it's really fantastic. I had the distinct opportunity to attend and visit the Tallwood at Brock Commons at UBC while it was being built. And I have never in my life seen such a clean construction site. It was fascinating to watch. They literally had the 2 concrete elevator shafts and everything else. It looked like they were building an IKEA set. There was barely any dust, just these giant panels that were moving in. It was clean, it was efficient, it moved quickly. I really feel that this kind of work can be a real game changer in delivering the kind of housing that we need quickly and less expensively while sustaining BC jobs. And of course, as we know, on a climate front, it just can't be beat. And the idea of building with carbon sequestering material rather than carbon intensive material is a massive, massive consideration when it comes to climate change. So really happy to support this. I think also, and while the safety around mass timber construction is well documented, and my concerns around exposed encapsulation aside, I think recognizing that this is supported by the work that we've done as a council to support the Vancouver Fire Rescue 2019 to 2021 strategic plan and the Dark Horse report, which will see increased investment in firefighting and resourcing our firefighters, also goes well to support this initiative. So very happy to support this. Excited to see how it evolves for our city. Thanks.
That's great. And that is it for speakers. Council, no one else is on the list, so I will have the clerk move us to a vote. And Madam Clerk, if you could take note, I've had an email from Councillor DiGenova that she wants a vote assist. So when we finish the vote, or when we get to most of the votes in, I will ask her for that. So,
Chair Carr, before you start,
proceed.
could we do a audio check with Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, go ahead.
Councillor DiGenova, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. And I'll be logging in shortly. I restarted my computer.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hardwick, I don't have video. Are you on the line?
Oh, that's weird. Sorry. Poltergeist.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Carr.
Okay, Councillor, you can proceed, and I will ask you at the end, Councillor DiGenova, for your vote. But let's everyone vote first. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, do you need a vote assist? Councillor Boyle, do you need a vote assist? Are you hearing me? Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could contact Councillor Boyle.
I think we're trying to unmute her and she's doing it at the same time, so maybe give her a second. Councillor Boyle, are you hearing us? Maybe Councillor Boyle can send her vote request through the chat on WebEx. We can assist that way.
That's fine. Meanwhile, Councillor DeGenova, you've asked for a vote assist.
Yes, in favor, please.
Thank you.
Chair Card, the
Okay.
votes are in.
That was a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Okay, we have now concluded with item 2, and we are moving on to council members' motions. The first of these, item 3 on our agenda, is reallocation of road space to support shared use during pandemic. That was moved by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Wiebe. The motion was referred from the council meeting on May 12th, 2020 to the Standing Committee on City Finances and Services meeting on May 13th, 2020, where we heard from speakers. Subsequently, due to time constraints, the continuation of debate and decision was deferred to today's agenda. Clerk, I wonder if you could please post up the amendments where we left off from the previous date. So this council would be the amended motion. We did go through a number of amendments before the meeting ended without us reaching a decision. So I'm wondering, Council, if there's any further debate. I see members on the queue. So, Councillor Dominato, are you wishing to speak to this?
I think that's a holdover from the last discussion, so I'll take myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I sent an amendment.
Okay, I'm going to move us before you move to the to discussion, Councillor
Quick
Swanson.
point of privilege, if I might, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering which
yes,
screen
go ahead.
I'm just wondering which screen the amendments are on. Is it because
It's on the one it's the main screen. So if you're in council chambers screen, it's being posted on that.
Oh, that's the one that keeps disappearing for me. I apologize for the issue. I'm gonna try to figure it out again. Thanks.
Okay, if you
I
need,
can't get it back.
Yes, could you please? There's some numbers to text
Sure.
or phone call. Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Point of privilege.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Councillor DeGenova, I should be on here in a moment. I'm just wondering if it's possible to ask Chair Cards. It's been a while and there were a number of amendments. Is it possible to have the amended motion as it stands emailed to us?
It has been.
Madam
Email
City
the
Clerk.
council.
Yeah, Madam City Clerk, I'm wondering if there is a request that we have, because of some councillors' inability to access the computer main screen in councillor chambers, is it possible to have that amended motion emailed to all council?
Yes, Chair Card, that email was sent out at 10:24 this morning.
Okay, can people check their emails then for 10:24? Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are, Councillor Kirby-Yung, that you had a point of privilege, I believe. Is that...
I did. I was just trying to get my screen up and I'm trying to log back in to do that.
So
okay, but Councillor, just one second. I'm going to advance Councillor Swanson because she posed an amendment. You forwarded that amendment, Councillor Swanson?
I did.
Okay.
It just isn't up yet. But it's basically just to ask staff to examine how street closures might be aligned with the city's Rain City plan. I just thought that was an additional opportunity if we're going to be reallocating more streets to see if we can do that and kind of kill two birds with one stone, so to speak.
Okay, so that is the amendment. I have us in an amendment queue. You've just introduced it. So I'm going to advance those in the amendment queue. You finished, Councillor Swanson, for now?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Wiebe to the amendment. Councillor Wiebe, you are on mute potentially.
Yeah, I will be supportive of the amendment. I think it's really happy that Councillor Swanson's brought it forward. And instead of killing a bird with a stone, I think that we're going to create more stones so we can have more birds and increase our bird-friendly city. So very supportive of this coming forward. Again, it's integral that we integrate our water management plan with this policy.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Weeb. And Councillor Boyle.
I think this was a holdover.
Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate the consideration. As you know, we just had a report this week around planning around sewer overflows, and well, I think it was covered in that report that this is something that staff would be looking at as part of their work. I don't think there's any harm in it. I do think that we have some examples already that in the city of dealing, they're not, I wouldn't call them closures, so it's not necessarily the word I would have chosen, but we have some examples of dealing with rain and water absorption through things like country lanes. And there's a number of those in the city, and a great example. And I know there's further work being considered. That being said, again, I think that we've covered it, but it is really kind of about that street reallocation piece, not closing out streets. But I think there's alignment with the work that the city staff are already undertaking in that regard. So I'll just leave my comments there.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Oops.
I just think I will need a vote assist. I can't get my screens to come
Okay,
up for me at the same
not
time.
a problem. Councillor Kirby-Yung, though, do you have access to the? Just one second, Councillor Kirby-Yung, are you able to see the motion though? You did.
Not really. No. I'm losing both. I'm intermittently getting that and my voting panel. So I have it now. I just don't have a voting panel. So if I get one, I don't get the other.
All right, better you read it and I assist you to vote.
Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor DiGenova, did I hear a point of personal privilege there? Councillor DiGenova, are you able to hear me? Madam Clerk, I wonder if someone could contact Councillor DiGenova. She has needed a vote assist previously today, so potentially that is her issue. Ah, great. Okay. Would you like a vote assist, Councillor DiGenova? Councillor DiGenova, you are not. We're not hearing you. Councillor DiGenova, potentially you are on mute or something.
Chair Carr, I think Councillor DiGenova just lost the connection. We'll get in touch with her.
Okay, I will hold council on the proceeding with the vote until the clerk can get hold of Councillor DiGenova, and I do know Councillor Kirby-Yung to come back to you for a vote assist. So
I'm good to go now, I think, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Oh, great.
And Madam Chair, I've got Councillor DiGenova's reached out and indicated she's having trouble connecting.
Okay. Well, if you are in communication with her, can you ask her if she wants a vote assistant? If so, she's going to have to connect to us in some way by phone call or yeah.
Chair Carr, she's just in the process of doing that.
Okay, then everyone should just be patient and read this motion if they wish to again.
Hi, everyone.
Ah, great. All right.
Can you hear me?
We
Point
can.
of privilege?
Yes. Point of privilege, Councillor DiGenova. Did you want to vote assist? Madam Clerk,
I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes, I can hear you.
Chair Carr, I'm just going to need a moment to call in because your voice is delayed, so I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm having some issues to be on video here. I'm actually getting my video cutting out. It says low bandwidth. I've been trying to work with IT, so what I'm going to do is stay on video here and call in. But I did want to go on the list to ask a point of information on this amendment. That was my intention. I was trying to send notes about that and also get on my computer at the same time here.
Okay, so let's see if I can add you to the list here. Yes, I think I can. Councillor Kirby-Yung, I do have you up on the list. Are you finished with your point?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thanks very much. My point of information through you, Chair Carr, to staff is I understand that this motion actually had started as temporary reallocation of road space and road closures, possibly. And now I understand there have been a number of amendments, including reminding me a little bit of the recent recommendations on Prior Street where Councillor tried to make it a permanent pilot. So just wondered if before I vote on this, because Councillor Swanson, whereas this is very thoughtful, I wouldn't want to see any road allocations not go near something that was earmarked for a sort of blue greenway. At the same time, I need to understand, does staff see this now as temporary or permanent road closures and reallocation of space?
Thank you for that question. And Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, hi, thanks. Well, I think the motion, the way that I read the intent of the motion is for us to be looking at kind of immediate things we can do to address and support physical distancing and to look at more immediate short-term road closures. I think the motion is, the way I would read it, the amendment is directing us to look at more permanent opportunities. And so I definitely see the two, one is short-term, one is long-term. But it could be that some of the road closures that we're pursuing temporarily could be so successful that there is an interest in keeping them long-term and an opportunity to address issues around green infrastructure and stormwater management and whatnot. So I don't see them as necessarily contradicting each other. I hope that answers your question, Councillor DiGenova.
It does. I'm just wondering if we're planning on or considering making them permanent, what type of consultation would we go through to do that? Point of information through you.
Yes, I understood that to be the case.
Yeah, there's definitely, if you look at Yukon and 17th, where we did virtually exactly what's being recommended here, closed the road, created a park, absorbed stormwater. There was a fair amount of consultation. You look at Adenac Overpass, where we closed the road temporarily during the Fortis Gas construction and then opened it up. You know, those decisions are made based on public consultation and the needs and what we hear from the neighborhood, as well as traffic counts and whatnot. So anytime that there would be a permanent road closure, there would be pretty extensive engagement, consultation with immediate neighbors, as well as those that were hoping to use the road.
Okay, thanks so much.
Right.
I unfortunately, just because I'm concerned that this actually would preclude some of the other spaces. That's how I read this, though. Good to know on the question overall about temporary. I'm not going to be voting in favor of this amendment for the reason that I'm concerned that it will preclude some other areas that might not necessarily be allocated with that direction.
Yep, thank you. Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I circulated a small amendment that was to replace closures with reallocation, just to be consistent with the language. And I think the intent as well that Councillor Swanson brings to this is there's lots of different ways, I think, to achieve the goals related to the Rain City Plan and addressing our sewers. And there's examples already in the city in terms of green space, foliage. The city manager just talked about parks. It's a different context, but I've just framed it as street reallocation because I think that clarifies more the conversation we've been having all along. And that can look different ways. It could be soft closures. It could be just even as you're building out doing developments, the green space you allocate adjacent to buildings. There's lots of different ways of achieving, but I just wanted to clarify that. I'm hoping that would be acceptable to Councillor Swan.
Well, at this point, it's hard to say. I think we have to probably go into an amendment to Q. So we are in that queue. Councillor Swanson, you're in that first on the list. Go ahead.
Yes, so that's fine. Thank you for that, Councillor Dominato. And I just wanted to say that the motion calls for staff to examine, not to implement, and how street reallocation might be aligned, not how it has to be aligned. So there's a lot of opportunity in that amendment to use staff discretion as to what actually happens.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Council, there's no one else on the list. Oh, sorry. Councillor Kirby-Yung, to the amendment.
To the amendment. Yeah, thank you. I'm back in business, so I'm happy to jump back in the swing of things. This might be speaking to the overall amendment, but I'll just do it very quickly. And that is to say that I'm wholly supportive of this, and having brought forward the motion to look at how the City of Vancouver can expedite our work to separate our sewers so that we avoid combined sewer overflows and the pollution mitigation, and as part of our green strategies, but also towards doing that more quickly than we are currently required by provincial statute, which is 2050, and looking at, what could we do even in 10-year increments and by 2029, which was supported by council. I'm really happy to see this, and I think that there's a nice spirit to the day here, because Councillor Swanson is singing from my song sheet here around responsible use of taxpayer dollars and good core infrastructure in a green and responsible way. So it's nice to see this alignment, and I'm happy to support the amendment and the overall amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Council, I don't see anyone on the list. So, Madam Clerk, I wonder if you can take us to a vote on this amendment to the amendment. That is the amendment posed by Councillor Dominato to change closer to reallocation. Councillor DiGenova, do you need a vote assist?
I'm trying to bring my panel up. Just give me one moment here. Let me see if I can do it this time. I might be able to. It's just coming up here for me.
Chair Carr, the votes are in.
That was unanimous. Okay, and now, Council, we are back to the amendment as amended. Councillor DiGenova, you're on the list. Oh, sorry, wrong queue. Councillor Dominato, you were on the list.
To carry over, sorry.
Yep, that's okay. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you are next on this amendment list. To which
So that was a holdover, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think you just spoke for two at once, so that was great.
I did. That was a twofer.
Councillor DiGenova, you are on this list to speak to the amended amendment?
No, I had already spoken. That's a holdover.
Excellent. All right. So, Council, there's no one else on that list. Can we move to a vote, Madam Clerk, on the amended amendment? Councillor Kirby-Yung, do you need a vote assist?
You should have me now.
Yes, we do. That passes with all in favor except one in opposition, Councillor DiGenova. Okay, back to the main queue. So we are now dealing with an amended motion. Councillor Fry, you are up on that. Oh, sorry. Councillor Fry, were you on?
I don't think so.
Yeah, sorry, you were there, but then you all of a sudden disappeared on my list. So, Councillor DiGenova, I have you on the list next for this is to the amended
okay. Thanks.
motion.
Yeah, I am actually sending an amendment right now, and bear with me. I'm just trying to. I have a computer that's not working as well as I'd hoped, so I just sent that in, and it's to add the words temporary to between the words that I directed. So appropriate temporary allocations of road space.
Okay, so and we have that in, that clerk has received that amendment. Madam Clerk, if you got the amendment.
Yeah, we just got it. Just give us a second.
Okay, no problem. Meanwhile, I'm going to move everyone to an amendment Q. And Councillor DiGenova, and you can speak to that amendment if you wish.
Thanks. Yes, please. Thank you very much. I note that temporary is noted later on down. It says it could be reallocated temporarily. So it doesn't say that it will be allocated temporarily. It says it could be. And it would just make me feel a little more comfortable in the spirit of Councillor Dominato's original motion, which I appreciate, her reasons for putting this forward. And it's been changed so much from the original version. I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing, but I believe before we move forward with further permanent road reallocations, that we need to do that consultation. I was pleased to hear the city manager's answer. So this would ensure that these were temporary, not could be, but were temporary reallocations of road space. So that's the reason for putting the amendment there specifically. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. To the amendment, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I won't be voting for this. As Councillor DiGenova mentioned, temporary is already in the language further down, and we've already heard that where these types of projects might work well and make sense to make permanent, there would be engagement. So first of all, I'm not voting for it because I just don't think it's necessary, and I think we've heard that really clearly. But secondly, I'm not voting for it because I actually very much hope that many of them would become permanent. I would like to see the level of ambition in our efforts around the reallocation of road space be ramped up. We know, we have known for a long time that the way that our road space is currently distributed is really inequitable, that it doesn't meet the best needs of people trying to get around because of the huge priority that it puts on private personal vehicles. And this has been exacerbated as we see more people try to walk and bike and find themselves jammed into quite small stretches of our transportation system because of how much priority is given to private personal cars. So I appreciate that we're moving quickly and that those quick reallocations would be sort of tests to meet the current need and then to see how people respond. But I very much hope that we learn a lot of lessons that can lead to more permanent reallocations. And so strongly don't feel a need to be adding the word temporary in this section.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry, to the amendment.
You know, I think Councillor Boyle pretty much succinctly summed up everything I was possibly thinking about this. I think, we are presenting opportunities here that we may realize, hey, wow, this doesn't need to be temporary at all. This is a great permanent addition. And I know this council has really come out strong in support of things like slower and safer streets. And I think this is the kind of opportunity, as I visited Kitts Point on the weekend and saw how those street closures for local residents only, and what a difference that seems to make for active use of those streets. And I think that there's opportunities to make permanent changes through the opportunities presented through a variety of the responses that we're undertaking through COVID. So I'm happy to vote against this and leave the opportunity open for some permanent good to come out of this. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. And
Chair Carr,
Councillor
was wondering if you can ask councillors to mute themselves. We have quite a bit of background noise.
Yes, okay, Council, if you could just all mute yourselves, unless of course you're speaking, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Hi. Yeah, thanks. Speaking to the amendment, I'm happy with the original language in the clause without the addition because I think that Councillor Dominato has already provided for that and saying could be reallocated temporarily to enable safe shared use, but also echoing some of the other sentiments of my fellow councillors, and you've heard me say this before, but I think it bears keeping in mind is that this is an opportunity to create a better normal. And we don't know what that is exactly yet as we navigate through COVID and we navigate through how people will move through their city differently, how they will interact with each other differently, how we will use shared public space, how we will shop in person or online and at different businesses. And there's so many things that I think are going to shape our collective daily lives that it is incumbent upon us to have some room and flexibility to try those things out and see where there is an opportunity for a positive legacy from this. So I like the way that the clause has been written, and I like the ability to be nimble and try some different things. And so I also will say too that I don't want to prejudge the outcome. I want to see, like as Councillor Boyle mentioned, generally speaking in the city, more space allocated to making this a people-friendly city. But I don't want to, prejudge that just means road reallocation, and it may mean how we design public space differently. It may mean that when we're building, we have wider sidewalks now because we want to have more businesses and outdoor dining and spilling out as a natural course of things, so that can happen in creating a lively streetscape and people can also walk by. So I think we need to keep things open and flexible, and we need to just be responsive and try some things and then see what sticks and is best for the greater number of folks in the city of Vancouver. So I think that was the spirit with which Councillor Dominato brought this forward, and so I support the original language. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. And that appears to be the end of the speakers to this amendment. So, Madam Clerk, if you could take council to a vote on this. And if anybody, nobody's indicating to me they need a vote assist, but if you do, please raise a point of privilege, personal privilege. Madam Clerk, I did actually vote, sorry. I'm trying to change my vote. I wonder.
Yeah, Chair Carr, I had a glitch also. It says Councillor Bly, and it sort of stuttered as it came up on the screen,
Yes.
and I voted in favor when I intended to vote in opposition.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, could you record that for Councillor Bly? And that was for myself too. Okay, in opposition. Sorry. Okay, that vote is in and it fails. With Councillors Carr, Mayor Stewart, Fry, Swanson, Weed, Boyle, Dominato, Bly, and Kirby-Yung in opposition. Okay, that's great. Then, sorry, just moving us back to the main queue. And on the main queue, Councillor DiGenova, did you have anything else to add? Councillor DiGenova, you may be on mute. Councillor DiGenova, we cannot hear you if you are speaking. You're on the main queue. Councillor DiGenova, I will add you to the end of this queue, but perhaps you could let the clerk or I know if you need some technical help. Meanwhile, Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I've also submitted an amendment. My amendment to letter C. And the amendment is based on kind of some of the conversation we've had around the table of really seeing what we could do moving forward. So asking for a report back for a reallocation goal. And I know last time we were talking, I talked about 10%, but I think that there's some friendly competition between cities, and New Westminster went with 10%, and they've actually looked at speeding that up. So I've changed my amendment to read 11% when speaking with staff, saying that they could probably go bigger than 10. So the goal here is to get a report back on what would it look like for us to reallocate a minimum of 11% of today's street space. It's a report back to give us information on what it could look like to see the city differently and what the new norm could be like. And I think everyone got a message from the Vancouver Public Space Network in support, and other organizations that recognize that we need to be leaders in this, and that this could really change the way we can use our street and create more public space for us to enjoy.
Great, thank you. Councillors, there's a number of you on this queue, but I'm moving us to an amendment queue. If you wish to speak to this amendment by Councillor Wiebe, put yourself on this queue now. Thank you. And Councillor Fry, you are up first. Go ahead. Councillor Fry, you may be on mute. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Happy to support this, although somewhat begrudgingly, because I feel like we could even go harder with these targets, but I think that this is a good direction and good aspiration. Certainly, you know, again, this council unanimously supported the idea of slower, safer streets and really making a more people-focused approach to how we grow our city. And through this, you know, COVID response, we have the opportunity to make those changes. So I appreciate Councillor Wiebe bringing this forward as a more assertive move, and happy to support it.
Great, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle, just before, well, I will advance you, but before you speak, and I haven't started your timer, Councillor DiGenova has requested a brief recess to overcome some technical difficulties, and since it's been a little bit of a recurrence over the last number of votes, etc., I am in support of that recess. So, Council, it's not a bad idea for us to stretch our legs anyway. We'll take a 5-minute recess and return at 2:15.
Rosemary, well, we are
Council, we are reconvening to having dealt with some technical difficulties, which hopefully are resolved. And we are on an amendment. Councillor Boyle, I believe that this is an amendment to add back with a report back on the reallocation goal of a minimum of 11% of today's street space. This was forwarded by Councillor Wiebe, or tabled by Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks, and I am very happy to speak in support of this amendment. I've been hearing really clearly from many folks, sort of the usual suspects and far beyond the usual suspects, actually, that people would like us to be moving ambitiously. We're seeing examples all over the globe of how quickly and deeply and ambitiously local governments are moving to reallocate street space in a more equitable and people-focused way. And so appreciate this amendment being added to ensure we're also being ambitious in this direction. And I am not above a bit of friendly local competition, and so appreciate that Councillor Wiebe bumped it up from 10% and would be very happy if we and New West and other local governments continue to have a friendly competition on who can do most in this regard. And I hope we win, but I hope everybody participates. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato to the amendment.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and yes, Councillor Boyle, that wasn't lost on me, the addition of 1%, so that we were ahead of our neighboring municipality in terms of a goal or target. I am also aware of the feedback and input that we've had from the Vancouver Public Space Network, and I've also been hearing a real desire to be looking at this, especially when you consider that as a city, we're encouraging complete neighborhoods. We're talking about walkable neighborhoods and wanting to encourage people to move about and not have to get into their vehicle. And I can recall in all the places I've ever lived, whether both as a renter and both as a homeowner, I have always drive to try to locate myself in a neighborhood or a community where I felt that I had a wide range of amenities so that I could opt to walk or ride and not get in my vehicle. Yes, I do use a vehicle from time to time, but I do much prefer having that. And so I really appreciate this addition and really, the thing being people focused. I think that for a long time, pedestrians have not had a real focus on them as users of our streets and our city. And I think they're the least protected when it comes to moving about. And I really appreciate this. I also think it aligns with our goals of sustainability, but also being active, being a healthy city, which I think is another goal we should be striving for, is being the healthiest city. And so I'm very supportive of the amendment and thank Councillor Wiebe for bringing it forward.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak a bit to some context around this, and hopefully I got my numbers right. When asked how many kilometers of roadways we had, I believe that our city staff said 2,000 kilometers, and currently the plan was to have 50 kilometers of sort of slower streets or other uses. And that would have been 2.5%. And this would effectively quadruple that. My math is right, 11% would be 220 kilometers. So it sort of ups the ante fourfold over, I think, where we are at this moment. But I also want, and I think that's a good thing. I also want to stress really that for me, there's some really critical language in here. And that is about on reallocating it towards public space throughout the city. And I want to talk about how important it is that I think we keep a broad, open mind about what public space is. And I'm going to throw out the controversial words. It's not just bike lanes. This could be pedestrian paths. This can be extended in larger sidewalks. This can be and sitting spaces. These can be small little parklets or areas to gather. So that the reason I'm really happy to support this is it's not assuming one mode over the other. It's not, in my view, pitting one mode over the other. It is talking about a broader philosophical commitment to a larger percentage of our road space for multiple public space and public uses. And I think that's critically important because some people ride bikes, some people walk. Our population is aging. We have more seniors. That's why we're putting curb cuts and curb bulges in. But we also want to have young families. Our city is densifying. And the more that it densifies, we're very fortunate that we've got 230 parks in the city and green space, but not everybody has that depending on where you are. And so that ability to get some respite in the city, find a place to breathe and pause and stop and look around you and enjoy the space is really, really important. So I just wanted to provide some perspective that my expectation when this comes back is really a balanced look of different types of public space uses, and not to sort of misconvey that this is only one use. And I don't want this to become an inclusive conversation and discussion and not a divisive one that pits different modes against each other and how people travel, but an opportunity to really collectively build a people-friendly, people-focused city. So for that reason, I'm going to support it. And if you're interested in the math, Councillor Wiebe, unless you've done it yourself already, that's a little over fourfold that you're upping the ante on. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much, Chair Carr. I'm just wondering, do you feel, I'm just looking at the original motion, looking at where we are now. I certainly wasn't debating because I was in the chair last time around. But is this isn't talking about the original intent of the motion, and I'm wondering if for that reason it's out of order under section 8.7 of the procedure bylaw. Because I understand from staff they might consider doing this, and I appreciate that. I just really want to say that. But I think that then maybe this belongs in a separate motion, which I'd be happy to see Councillor Wiebe bring forward, but that's just my particular concern here.
Councillor DiGenova, I will rule on that right away and say that it is in order, and that's because of the response given to us by the city manager to a parallel question about more permanent use versus temporary use, in which she said that staff are considering both of those, although the focus is on the temporary use right now in response to COVID-19. But he felt that earlier language that was put forward that dealt with more permanent use was appropriate. So I'm ruling that this is in order.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. I don't see anyone else on the queue right now, so I think we can be moved to a vote, Madam Clerk, and this would be on the amendment that is in red on your screens, Council, to report back on a reallocation goal of a minimum of 11% of today's street space. Councillor, okay, and that is unanimous. Mayor Stewart, though, was absent, and there is one abstention, but that is not. So 8 in favor. Thanks, Council, and let's move back to the main queue. Councillor Wiebe, yes, Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thanks so much. Just because there have been further changes made before we vote on the severed version, to avoid any need for reconsiderations or issues we've had in the past, Madam Chair, I was really hoping that maybe we could have the amended final version before we do the final vote and sever emailed out. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is that possible?
Yes, absolutely. We can soon send it out.
Madam Chair, I have a point of privilege.
Yes, just a second. I just want to resolve this one, but I'll go just so that is possible, Madam Clerk, right? We can email this out?
Yes, we can.
Once we're done before we vote. Great. Okay, thanks. And I'm sorry, was that Councillor Kirby-Yung with a point of privilege?
Councillor Boyle.
Oh, it was Councillor Boyle. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Boyle. I have a point of privilege, which is that my voting screen doesn't seem to be working. So I was marked as having not voted in the last amendment, which I don't need us to redo. It went the way I would have voted, but I believe I was also on the list to move an amendment before we get to voting on the final motion.
Councillor Boyle, you are on this list. We are in the main queue now. It's Councillor Weeb, Councillor DeGenova, and yourself on that list. So there is opportunity for amendments.
Showing up for me. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. And my apologies, I didn't see that it showed you as, although when the vote count occurred, I could see that it was an odd number. Okay, thank you. Councillor Weeb, to the main motion as amended.
I'll be voting in support, and I really appreciate the comments from other councillors, really talking about people focused and what the different types of space that could be around the city. And I really appreciate that we are going to be aggressive and make sure that it's happening across the city in different neighborhoods in different types of forms. So I will be supportive. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. And Councillor DeGenova to the amended motion.
Thanks so much, and I appreciate all of the severing of the different paragraphs. Actually, I see that A is several paragraphs, so I would hope that that would mean that we could separate each of those paragraphs now, Chair Carr, to sever A in the 4 sections of the paragraphs, and then there's B, C, and D. I'm very supportive of what Councillor Dominato has put forward, and I note that staff is already doing some work in this direction. In fact, I noticed that Wall Street was open to local traffic only already just in the past week. And, I think it's great for people, especially at a time like this, when people are trying to get out and might not have that same access to space as others. When sidewalks, I've seen a number of people try and respect physical and social distancing on sidewalks, but not be able to do so unless someone were to move into the road. That being said, I think that on a temporary basis, let's roll this forward. That being said, I don't want to be aggressive with anything. I really think that it's important that we hear from the public and we take those matters into considerations. I will say that, and not naming any names, but in the previous council term, I had some real concerns with the transparency. And, Councillor Hardwick, sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but with the perhaps some of the consultation. And I don't necessarily, I don't put that on the shoulders of staff. I put that on sometimes there's miscommunications, but if something works out well, we can move forward. There's nothing stopping us from moving forward to consider feedback and input, but I don't want to right now presume what is going to happen. And, I know that building that trust with the residents of Vancouver is something that we had each and every one of us have talked about. I mean, we're accountable. And I believe that this motion and coming forward in the way that it did, people had a chance to see what it looked like when it went on the agenda. A little bit different now. But, I remember, and love it or hate it, Point Grey Road, the fact that there were trucks out there hours after the decision had been made. I know that it wasn't about whether or not someone wanted that road work to move forward, and for I wouldn't say reallocation, but maybe redirection, rerouting of traffic, or they didn't. The issue there was what I heard was about consultation. And for that reason, I do support the temporary aspects of this, but there are some other aspects of this that I won't be able to support just because we haven't had the chance, I think, in this time to hear from people on this. And I just have one point of information through you, Madam Chair, to the city manager, if possible.
Yes, go ahead with your question.
Thank you. It says that at the bottom that in principle, the prioritization of staff and budget resources to support the reallocation of road space. What would this be prioritized over right now? Could you share that with me?
Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, the text just disappeared off the screen there. I'm trying to refer to it. Madam Clerk.
It was part D.
Back up there. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't see the text. Oh, there we go. Yeah, can we scroll to Part D, please? Okay, and what was your question?
My question was, what will this be prioritized over?
Yeah, I don't think I can answer that at this point. You know, I think engineering would be looking at various initiatives, as would other departments. And I think that the way that I would interpret this is that as resources became available, we would be pursuing this work, and that we would be pursuing it over other things that might be coming up.
Thanks. And just on a final note, I think the spirit of this motion has maybe been stretched a little bit. So I certainly, to those who have fears and concerns, especially small businesses on Commercial Drive, I do not see this as moving forward and a way to insert a bike lane that the community clearly said they did not want, and small business had mentioned in the last term had hurt them. And I appreciate that staff listened to that, and happy to support parts of this motion and the overall sentiment of what Councillor Dominato had put forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. And Councillor Boyle to the amended motion.
Thank you, Chair Carr. And I also circulated an amendment an hour ago now that should be in both inboxes. I have which is asking that in the spirit of road reallocation and in the spirit of what Councillor Kirby-Yung spoke to, that we need to look at all types of transportation. I wanted to make sure that there was language included in this effort that looked at the work we've already been doing around bus prioritization and bus speed and reliability. As I have asked questions about transit as part of our road work, I've heard staff articulate that that these things aren't in conflict, that many of the spaces we would be looking at for patios could still move forward, or expanded sidewalks or bike lanes, as well as our bus priority work. And I just want to name how critical I think it is, both because we know that TransLink is under funding pressures, and one of the ways that we as a local government can make the buses make it seem like there are more buses is by increasing bus speed and reliability, by creating bus priority space so that they aren't stuck in traffic, and then they cover more ground in it. And it feels like buses are coming more often, which is obviously helpful for lots of reasons, including the I've been hearing concerns about crowding around bus stops or bus pass-bys because fewer seats are available on each bus. And so having buses come more often will reduce both of those concerns and will mean that our many of our frontline and essential workers who rely on the transit system around the city will be able to get to the places they need to be, and that we are so grateful that they are still going to more quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
That's all I have to say on it for now.
That's great. Council, I'm going to move us to an amendment Q. So if you wish to speak to this particular amendment, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you are up first.
Thank you. A couple of questions through the chair to the mover, if I can, just to get some clarification. You reference, Councillor Boyle, priority given to routes most used by essential workers. How would those be determined, and give an example of what you think those would be?
Sure. My sense is that some of that work is data that TransLink, our transportation department, have, but I would think looking at hospitals in particular, that we would have a sense. For instance, the city's already done some work on where bus priority or bus only lanes might go in the future, and one of those, and it's based on where buses get slowed down the most. One of those routes is Georgia Street, which I assume is a pretty active route for essential workers from outside
I
of the
think,
city
yeah,
coming into work at St.
I
Paul's.
think I'm just trying to
But
distinguish
again,
between.
it's not for me to pick.
I think
There,
it's just,
there
I
is.
was just
Oh,
trying
just
to
a sec.
understand the essential workers piece, because I think certainly that staff understand where the busy loads are, but I'm just wondering how they would, you envision delineating for essential workers. I was just trying to get that distinction between busy routes versus routes that essential workers travel on more. I just want to be clear on my question.
Sure. Sure. And my understanding is there would be some overlapping data, and one piece of that data as well, I'll add, is what transit use was like when most everybody except essential workers was staying home. So before the restart, we would have a sense of what transit was in most high demand, because those essential workers were trying to get to those places. So of course, essential workers are trying to get to every part of the city, and we can't do all of that at once, but some key routes that we know from that use data would be the most heavily used.
Okay, and quick second follow-up point of information, if I might, through the chairs. Do you see one piece being more important than the other? For example, supporting physical distancing for queuing versus the road use for traveling, recognizing that I think that the intent of the original motion was to put the focus on people versus any type of vehicular use?
I don't see them in conflict, but again, I think our staff can look at and figure out where each of those uses weigh out in terms of what moves the most people. So I'm not concerned about the conflict between them. I guess I'm confident that we have the staff knowledge to weigh those values well.
Okay, thanks for the follow-up points. Thanks,
Great.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. And Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair Carr. I have a point of information to the mover of this motion as well, and perhaps
Go
through
ahead.
the city manager. In reading the motion, and in principle, I'm actually quite supportive of this for a number of different reasons, but I'm curious, would you expect staff to come back and report to council on whether more significant measures will be taken as a way to, I think the word is, urgently on implementing best priorities? So before they implement, would you expect staff to come back and present to council on what that would look like and some of the implications, so we have an opportunity to weigh in? Or is your intention to have staff action this without coming back to council?
Great question, and I appreciate it. My intent was in line with the rest of the motion, that there might be some temporary measures that we could move on more quickly in this regard, and then like with other street reallocation, can look at the data and hear from people and hear from council before making any sort of permanent decision. Absolutely.
Okay, so perhaps a follow-up question, thank you for that, to the city, through the chair to the city manager, is around if there's any, I don't mean to put you on the spot, city manager, but if there's any routing options that you see sort of top of mind, that would be one that would be actioned without bringing this back to council in the full intention of the motion as it was presented by Councillor Dominato and amended by others. So for example, West Broadway would be somewhere where is a main thoroughfare for buses with a number of essential workers, hospitals on, access to universities, things like that. Not that that's essential work, I guess, right now, but hospitals and things like that. I wonder if that would be implemented without coming before council. I just have a concern around the businesses and striking a balance with the intention of this motion.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair. I guess what I'd say is, we would not ever do bus rerouting without TransLink and a fair amount of work. Like it's pretty complicated when bus rerouting does take place, and so that doesn't generally. I mean, unless there's like a major emergency, that doesn't generally happen in in an urgent way. I think the way that I would be seeing this, and I think the way that we would be kind of interpreting this is that we would not be looking to pursue road space reallocation in areas that would have a negative impact on bus travel. Generally speaking, longer term bus lane changes, that all happens in partnership with TransLink and engineering, and it's a pretty thorough process they typically go through.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So yeah, I will support this motion. I think it's an important part of the conversation. You know, we passed a motion yesterday requesting extra funding or immediate and urgent funding from the federal government to support transit authority, transit operators right across the country. And so, but I see that everything that we do related to this pandemic and the crisis that we find ourselves in needs to be multifaceted, and this is one of those. My concern is, and one of the things that I've noticed is a Sunday morning at 9 o'clock on a NIMO, a bus drove by, bus full, and left 2 people at the bus stop. And I thought, wow, clearly the bus wasn't full, but it was full based on physical distancing. And that was a real indicator to me that we are needing to look at this in more of a long-term lens in terms of how we do get transit back to a place where people are feeling like it is part of their preferred mode of transportation, and we're set up in the city for it. We need to endorse it. We need to continue to support it. And I think more so now than ever because of the example I just shared. So I'm happy to support this and feel confident with the city manager's comments that we will be part of the decision-making process and that it will be in partnership with TransLink and take a very calculated, methodical approach to implement if and when the time comes. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. And Councillor Bly, perhaps you could just watch to see if your mic is perhaps too close to your face because there's a bit of disturbance from it. So just check that out for the next time you're on the queue. Thank you. Also, Councillor Kirby-Yung, the clerk just wants to know if you are still with us in the meeting. Your video appears to be turned off, and there may be technical reasons for that. But if you could just...
I will turn it back on. Forget. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Dominato, you're next. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I actually, just in listening to the conversation, I appreciate the questions that have been asked. I just proposed a couple of minor amendments I hope would be acceptable to Councillor Boyle. It's to include the consideration of consulting with TransLink, reporting back in Q4, and also striking, because I think it is out of our jurisdiction entirely, is safe physical distancing on transit vehicles. I don't believe the city has jurisdiction to be, the TransLink has undertaken that, but I do think, and I've heard very clearly, that we need to be looking at queuing at stops and station areas. And I think that, and so I'm flagging that as and maybe it's just an oversight. I don't think that we have jurisdiction to be saying how we physically distance people in trains or in buses. And I think maybe a report back as well as consultation with TransLink as to the city manager's point. So I've put those forward.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. So I'm going to move us to an amendment Q2, everyone. If you're on this queue, you'll be still on there, but to discuss the amendment to the amendment as put forward by Councillor Dominato. Councillor DiGenova, you are first.
Thanks so much. I have a point of information through you, Chair Carr, to Mayor Stewart, if possible.
Yeah,
just
go ahead.
As he's on the Mayor's Council for TransLink. Yes. I know that I'm his alternate, but I just wanted to check in because and if he doesn't want to answer, or don't mean to put him on the spot, but I can always ask staff also. But I understand staff is already working with TransLink, just from my knowledge of how much communication our staff already have with TransLink. And when we talk about essential workers, people who are traveling, I know that our staff have been doing this for a long time, and there's been a lot of thought and workshops, and I'm learning a lot about TransLink, but that goes into that. And I think that this is already being done. That being said, was hoping Mayor Stewart maybe And I mean this to the amendment and the amendment overall. So just was hoping that there could be some comment on that. Thanks so much.
Great. I noticed that the mayor was absent for the last vote. So Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm there. Yep.
Oh, great.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Not really much to say about. Yep. Thank you. Not really much to say on this one, other than you know, we're in constant contact with TransLink, but it is a kind of a strange time. So and they have been a bit preoccupied. So this might you know prompt some discussions about different topics. So again, we don't deal with the operations at TransLink. We're kind of general policy, of course. So, but that's all I would have to say on this. Consulting with TransLink, never a bad thing, especially in extraordinary times.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Mayor Stewart, if this is something that's already happening. That's my understanding. Maybe you can't speak for staff, but I know that, you know, looking at reprioritization and prioritization of routes, and our staff kind of consulting already with TransLink is something that happens. Is that
all I really know is, I'm not going
to call it out of order, but I just
all I really know is the reports that I get back from the Mayor's Council, which is really updates on potential routes, but you know, just kind of laying out what slowdowns or you know, bringing routes back online might look like. But I'm not sure how staff do that, and for all I know, the consultation isn't as robust as it could be. So I wouldn't want to speak either way on how that consultation takes place. So the Mayor's Council, though, really has nothing to do with individual route or the operation of buses, just the larger policy and funding matters.
Thanks so much. Knowing that there's updates that are given at TransLink and how closely that our staff work together with them. I mean, I support Councillor Dominato's amendment to the amendment, and maybe it'll help me to support the amendment, because the amendment itself, our staff can't just go ahead and reprioritize bus routes without TransLink. That much I know just from what our staff have shared with us in their transportation reports and recommendations, and what comes forward in the policy report. So I'm hopeful that this would perhaps make this something that's more doable for staff, because I was going to ask before Councillor Dominato got on if we could even prioritize this ourselves. But appreciate the answers from Mayor Stewart. Also appreciate the amendments, so I'll be supporting that.
Great, thanks, Councillor DiGenova. And Councillor, oh, you're on twice. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted first to clarify that in referencing supporting physical distancing on vehicles, I didn't mean us specifically making those rules. I just meant when buses are coming more frequently because they're moving more quickly, then there's more space. There's fewer people on each one because they're coming more often. So that was the portion of how we could, within our jurisdiction, look at being part of that effort. And also want to reiterate, my thought wasn't rerouting buses, but creating bus priority or bus only space, which again is work I know has been in process between the city and TransLink for some time. There's good work, there's good data on it, and I'm simply asking that we continue with and speed up where we can that work in light of the shifts in the whole transportation network that we are seeing through this pandemic. So I won't be supporting this amendment, though I appreciate the sentiment behind it. Our staff are already working with TransLink. I'm not opposed to adding that portion to it, but I am opposed to asking simply for a report back in Q4, because I think it works against the spirit of this, which is that we are trying to be nimble and test things out, of course, not unilaterally without talking to anyone, but we have data, we have information, and I'm hoping we can test out some of what we had already been developing plans for more quickly in light of these changing systems, and keep learning from it and figure out what makes sense and what we should adapt going forward. So I don't want that work to be delayed until past Q4. I'd like us to look at how we can speed up bus speed and reliability along with the other reallocation work that we're doing for pedestrians, for motorized scooters, for bicycles and whatnot. You know, we talk a lot about the delight of being able to walk places, and I certainly feel that in my East Van neighborhood, but a lot of people who we rely on to work in essential services in the city cannot afford to live in the city, or if they could afford to, can't anyway because we don't have enough secure rental housing for them. And so they take transit into the city to work in many places. So the transit system is key and needs to be part of the conversation in as expedient a way as possible, as nimble a way as can be with so many moving parts as we look at transportation immediately and recovering from this pandemic.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry to the amendment.
I really don't want to take up very much time, but I won't be supporting this amendment to the amendment for many of the reasons Councillor Boyle articulated. I did actually see what she was getting at with the supporting physical distancing on transit vehicles and did not see that as interfering with their work. I think I just want to quickly reflect on, we got a really fantastic proposal from a local BIA that looked at how maybe we could establish certain rooms to queue and parklets and all sorts of great interventions to support those local businesses. And there was a piece in there around moving bus routes. And I think that is where we need to move urgently, because as we're moving urgently on interventions to support local small businesses and pedestrians and making more space for people, we need to be considerate of what's happening to our bus prioritization measures. So I don't think that can wait to report back in Q4. I think that is as urgent as this entire conversation is around moving quickly to support our population and moving safely and efficiently during this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. And Councillor Dominato to close.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate Councillor Boyle just expanding on what her intent was around on-transit vehicles. I maybe took that too literally in terms of what I thought she was intending there in terms of jurisdiction. I actually wholeheartedly agree. I was part of a panel last week talking about this, and I raised the subject of public transportation. I think I felt like it was a fish out of water because we were talking about broader conversations about public realm and walking and other things. But public transportation is critical. You know, I didn't have a vehicle or drive for many years, so this was like my first way of getting around as a teenager and a youth, and has continued throughout my life. I'm so given where we're at, I'm happy to withdraw the amendments in the interest of time. I think it's been clear that there has to be engagement with TransLink. I've heard loud and clear we need to be looking at queuing. There was huge lineups on Georgia Street to access public transit today or yesterday. So happy to withdraw to keep it simpler.
Okay,
so it's a motion to withdraw.
A motion to withdraw. Madam Clerk, I'm wondering if you can remind me of what kind of vote is necessary for what's the threshold for withdrawal? Madam Clerk?
Chair Carr, sorry about that. It would be a majority to withdraw from the floor.
Majority. Okay, well, I'm just going to test without moving to an actual online voting queue. All in favor of the motion to withdraw, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say nay. Okay, the motion is withdrawn. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. So I'm moving us back to the amendment queue. Councillor Dominato, do you have anything else to say on this amendment that was put forward by Councillor Boyle?
No, I think I reflected my support for public transit earlier. Thank you.
Yes, that's great. Thank you so much. Councillor DiGenova?
Thanks so much. I have a point of information, have to ask the city manager because I didn't know we could urgently reprioritize implementing this. I thought that was TransLink. I mean, we can work with them, but I wouldn't want to set our staff up to ask them to do something that they actually can't do. And we've had this brought up by various councillors in the past, so I just want to ask the question. I was hoping that Councillor Dominato's motion would actually pass, or amendment would pass, but has been withdrawn because I think that the word consult would have made it more in order. But I was just hoping that staff could answer that. Can they move urgently to reprioritize all by themselves here?
City Manager?
Thanks. Yeah, I feel like I kind of answered the question a minute or two ago about how I would interpret this. Generally speaking, in terms of the bus lane prioritization, and at this point, we aren't able to move buses without a partnership with TransLink and a discussion. So I don't imagine we would be reallocating road space for buses at this point. I think we would be making sure that we're prioritizing bus travel as we consider any road space reallocation. So, at this
just
point,
want to note, just a point of privilege, my timer's not on. So I'm trying to be fair here. Yeah, no, just trying to be fair. Sorry to
Thank you,
interrupt
Councillor DiGenova.
Go ahead. Before it said consult, now it doesn't. I understand that, appreciate that. Also want to ask a point of information to the city manager as to whether or not this would jeopardize parking in front of local and small businesses, which we've heard from local and small businesses. All of council's received emails saying that they are barely hanging on by a thread, some of them. But if their parking was to be taken away, if parking in front of their business was to be taken away, that they were concerned that, especially in COVID recovery and in times of physical distancing, that would just be the final nail for them. So just wanted to know if staff would interpret this at all as they would be reallocating parking and taking away parking on street parking.
Again, I think what the way that we would be interpreting this direction is that council's telling us to make buses and bus lanes as the priority, and if there were opportunities to enable them with the reallocation of street space, such as removal of parking, that would be something that we would be asked to consider.
Okay, thanks.
Great, thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Boyle.
Actually, I can, in the spirit of moving things along, I think I've said enough on this. Thanks, Chair Carr.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think we are, with no one on the queue, in position to take a vote on this amendment. So let's move ahead with the vote.
Chair Carr, this is Councillor Boyle, and I need a vote assist in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, Councillor Swanson, you haven't yet voted? Okay, and that passes unanimously. Great. We are now back to the main queue, which is the main motion as amended. Councillor Boyle, do you have any other points to make on this main motion?
Just that I am very grateful to Councillor Dominato for bringing it forward and the various pieces other councillors have added to it. I think this is critical work, and I have been excited about it for years and recognize it's even more critical in the times we're facing. And so I look forward to seeing it move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Sorry, there's my microphone. I just had a point of information, if I could, through you, the chair, to the city manager. And it was just the question that came up earlier, and it was specific to Clause D. I was asking about resources in that to implement. And my recollection from the previous discussion, I know some time has passed and we've had lots on our agenda, was that when and I just wonder if you can confirm, when the city manager was asked and staff were asked, and we had the same amendment that was brought forward for both, if I recall, the patio motion as well as this one. And staff conveyed at that time they felt able to do it within the existing resources and prioritize this as part of the important work and priorities this year, given the COVID state we find ourselves in. So can the city manager just confirm that? Because I heard something a little bit different to the earlier point of information, and I just want to be consistent with what we were advised by staff previously.
Just Mr. City Manager.
Thanks. Yeah. Looking at D here in particular, I guess the way that that I would can we scroll down a little bit, clerk? That D is calling for staff to reprioritize or prioritize our resources to enable this to happen. So this point, we've already talked about that we are spending money on the road reallocations that we have been doing, and that we're doing that by reallocating within departmental budgets in order to do this work. And so, and I guess these things do cost money. It's staff time, it's rental of equipment at times. Right now we're doing that by reallocating resources internally. And the way that I interpret this is that we're being asked by council to reallocate as appropriate to enable this work to continue.
Okay, I do recall, I think it was Mr. Leclerc that said last time that they were reallocating within the existing budget. I just wanted to be explicitly clear.
That's exactly what I'm just saying. But yeah, just to say.
Thank you. Just reflecting back, so I'm hearing what you're hearing. We're saying the same thing. I appreciate that. And Madam Chair, is this the time to speak to the main motion now? Is that where we are?
We are on the main motion as amended. Absolutely.
Fantastic. Okay, so I would like to speak in support of this motion. I would like to thank Councillor Dominato for bringing it forward. I do think that the question that is facing us globally, and I use that term in two senses, both around the world, but also in terms of a global bigger question, is what kind of city are we going to have moving forward? And it can't be exactly as it was previously. That was a moment in time, and we are now moving forward to a different time. And, you know, I've called it, and I will continue to do so, a better reality, because, you know, as it was said this morning, with crisis comes opportunity. And this is our opportunity in terms of developing a people-friendly city, of really revisiting how we move forward on things. We talked this morning, and I'll draw the parallel for council on the update we got on development, business, and licensing around how the genesis of, you know, the phoenix rising out of the ashes analogy of COVID is that it catapulted them into moving forward much more quickly into a virtual world with online applications and virtual meetings and different chats and potential legacy for public engagement. And if I extrapolate that line of thinking into what we're going to do here with public space, it's incredibly exciting to think about places for people and what that looks like. And that's room for people to move, that's room for people to be, that's room for people to engage. It can be space to dine, space to queue, space to shop, and just space to enjoy the city at a human level and human scale. So if I just, you know, kind of bring it back to what is this about and what are we trying to do here? There is the need and responsibility to be responsive to the challenges of the pandemic and the health emergency, and just a very practical consideration that it's healthy to space people out. But then there is the incredible silver lining to this COVID cloud, if you will, of the opportunity to create a positive legacy out of that and to not be afraid to challenge the status quo and the paradigms. And so I really want to have a broad definition of public space. I want everybody to be encapsulated that, from young ones to not so young ones, and their ability to move, as well as how they choose to move and be in the city. So I will support this. I think staff do listen very carefully to the dialogue that council has and the signals that we send around what the intent is here. And I'm really excited to see some of the things that come back. And again, I will say, let's use this as an opportunity to be inclusive and bring lots of people together around space. Let's not make it about modes of travel. Let's make it about a way of being in our city and sharing increasingly denser space in a way that aids everybody's kind of quality of life here in the city. So for that reason, I support it. I appreciate all of the input coming from diverse councillors, and I hope we can get quickly to a vote because we have a full agenda today. And also as a point of privilege to wrap, Madam Chair, my camera is not working in tech support or zeroing in. So if I'm not visual, that's why.
Ah, thank you. That was a question on my mind.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bly, to the amended motion. Councillor Bly, you may be muted.
Apologies, I thought I was unmuted. Yeah, I'll be very brief. I just want to speak in support, and there'll be a number of points that I know councillors will touch on that I have heard this debate over the last few weeks, both in the media, also among people that I go for walks with or spend time with, and then around this council discussion. So I think there is, to Councillor Kirby-Young's point, an opportunity for a broad reconsideration of how we look at public space and how we share space. And I'm excited to support this motion. And I'll just say anecdotally, was cycling this morning before council and with my brother on Beach Ave, and he sort of said in a very glum way, "So how soon do you think they're going to take this away?" And I think it just was poignant for me in how we're going to vote, or how I'm choosing to vote in this motion today, is that there's many people who are enjoying some new freedoms and doing things that they wouldn't have normally done, that are taking them out of regular habits and into new possibilities. And I think that it is an exciting time for the city to really double down on what that could mean in the long run. So happy to support and thank Councillor Dominato for bringing it forward, and also the additions from other councillors. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And just before I move to Councillor Dominato, Council, I just wanted to let all of you know that the final version of the motion has been emailed to all of you. So if you're having difficulties with your screens, it is emailed a number of minutes ago, so you can open it up. And Councillor Swanson, go ahead. Councillor Swanson, you may be muted.
No, it's hot.
You're not muted.
I'm not muted. I'm sorry. There's pancakes cooking in this kitchen too.
Councillor Swanson, we still can't hear you. Councillor Swanson, we still.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I support this. I think it's good that we're thinking about opening up streets. And I know I lost this one, but I also think it's important that we open up streets in the area that is the most congested, has the hardest time doing physical distancing, which is the downtown east side. And even though it's not in this motion, I'm hoping that we can get something happening there so those folks have a little bit more space.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Dominato, to close on your motion.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just to start, I'd like to thank all of Council for the different contributions. I think it's been a really thoughtful dialogue around this. And one of the things that, this emerged originally because we're in the middle of a pandemic and people were being guided and given direction to physically distance themselves, and as a health and safety measure. And as the better weather came out, we saw people coming out and wanting to spend time outdoors. And so, as it was noted earlier, both by other councillors, but even this morning in our conversation around the regulatory work, is that the pandemic has really served as a catalyst on a number of levels. And one of those is around making space and street reallocation. And it started from a health and safety place. And but I think it has really evolved into a broader conversation. We've heard with the conversation that took place around patios that there may be an opportunity there. We need to support local small businesses as well as we've been hearing from BIAs about the opportunity to reallocate street space to support local retail, because people will not necessarily be able, I see signs now in some of the stores, we can only have 2 people in a store, 3 people in a store. So what are the opportunities to reallocate space to allow vending on whether it be sidewalks or parklets? And then there's a conversation around public space in the home, and I think that's incredibly important. We are a dense, incredibly beautiful city, but dense space. And when I brought for this motion, I was talking about the fact that we have to also remember it's also about equity. We have people who are living in condos and apartments, smaller spaces that don't necessarily have private access to green space or outdoors. And so we have fantastic public parks, that's great. But in the context of a pandemic and people distancing, I think creating more space for people to move is equitable. And I was really pleased to see, I mean, this motion urged to move faster. I'm glad that there's some even more aggressive goals in it. But this morning I was out jogging and I was really pleased to see that staff have moved on some move to open up streets to for people to move. And in fact, my experience this morning was I was having to run on the street because people were on the sidewalks. I saw cyclists, I saw a woman with a walking aid, and we haven't talked about accessibility, but that's a whole other aspect of this conversation is accessibility. And I was thrilled to see that because it's been happening organically. But what we're signaling through this is that we're giving license to it, and it's happening around the world. And I think we can be leaders in this and to support a more people-friendly city. And I agree, it's we need to really move our conversations beyond polarized debates about cars and bikes and even modes, but it's about inclusion. And that's why the part of the motion talked about shared use. And I think really thinking bigger about what kind of city we want to have for the future. We're already down the path of encouraging, as I said, complete neighborhoods, walkable neighborhoods. And so there's the imminent of responding to the pandemic to give people the space, but also there are health benefits from this. There are sustainability benefits, environmental benefits, and I've really heard loud and clear that, and to Councillor Bly's point is I've heard this sort of sigh of, yeah, we should be having this conversation. It has to be thoughtful, it has to be constructive. I have yet to hear somebody to tell me that they want to have more cars or more traffic on their streets. I think that actually I've been hearing people is that they've been enjoying a little bit of this pandemic in the sense that they've seen less commuter traffic in our city. And so the streets are a different environment. And I can certainly speak to that living on a very busy arterial. But I think that, and then the public transit piece is absolutely has to be part of this conversation as we move forward. I appreciate that as well because you know, our world isn't going to look. Councillor Kirby-Yung, I appreciate the new normal, a great language, great way of looking at it, and there are silver linings coming from this. But I do think this is really calling to let's take some immediate steps to help people move, keep safe, for retail to open, for restaurants, but also let's see what we learn from that. Just as we saw this morning from our earlier presentation, is take that learning, and if there's good things and we get positive feedback on practices we've adopted or measures we've taken, then and obviously there has to be public consultation, but if there is some benefit and things are great, then let's look at amplifying that. And same to the point that Councillor Wee brought up about a more people-friendly city, and he talked about public space. And I really think we need to show leadership, and I think that is what people are starved for. And it can be done thoughtfully and not pitting different groups against each other. And so I want to thank Council for the thoughtful debate and deliberation on this, and I hope that we can create a more positive future for the city.
Great. Thank you so much, Councillor Dominato. We are at the end of the speakers list, and that is on the motion as amended. Councillors, you've had it emailed to you, for those of you who are not able to see it on the screen. But Madam Clerk, I'm just doing a comparison, and the version that I was just sent to me, and I'm just making sure that everyone has a more updated version, but the version I have in section C, does not include the further that, or the second that. That was the amendment put forward by Councillor Boyle. And I'm just wondering if potentially I might have the wrong one, but I just want to check and make sure that everybody's got the right one. It is on the screen, it is correct.
Point of privilege, it's Councillor DiGenova. I just wanted to note that I'm following from an email sent by the clerk at 3:06 p.m. So that's what I'd seen. I just
That's the one that I'm looking at too, because I know that you were interested in that, Councillor DiGenova. So I'm just checking because I'm seeing that
I have two paragraphs in C. But
oh, you do. Oh, you do have one. So you do have a that council direct staff to move urgently on implementing bus privatization. That's there.
It's that, and then there's another paragraph that also starts with that.
Great. Okay, that's good. For some reason, that one didn't show up in mine, but that's fine. So everybody's got the motion in front of them. Councillors, there was a request to sever, and specifically also to sever the subparagraphs in A, and I've checked with the clerk, and that is possible. So in A, we will vote on the 4 different paragraphs there, each one with a further that after the initial that, and then on B and C and D. Everybody clear about that? Okay, so moving us to a vote, we are now going to vote on section A, the first that. Councillor Bly? Okay, that has passed with one in opposition, unanimously, except for one in opposition. That's Councillor DiGenova. So we are now voting on the second paragraph of A. So the further that, council directs staff to communicate information to public and businesses. Go ahead and vote. And that has passed unanimously. We are now on the third paragraph of section A. Further that council directs staff to report back on fall of 2020. So on the third. Councillors DiGenova, Fry. Councillor Fry, you have, great, that passes unanimously. And finally, on the fourth paragraph in section A.
Apologies, Chair, my button is kind of sticky and it keeps, anyway.
Councillor Carr, it's Councillor Dominato. We're seeing the voting record as it's coming up, as we're voting. I can't see the text of the motion anymore. So it's kind of privilege.
That's okay. So that has all disappeared now. So
maybe if this, Madam, they could highlight the sections we're on as we go.
Yes. Madam Clerk, are we able to redo that vote on paragraph 4, having the text up on the screen and not the voting as it's in process? So if we could, as I say, we're redoing number 4. This is section A, paragraph 4, everyone, that we are voting on now.
Chair Carr, can you see that now on your screen?
I can see the, I'm just looking, yes, I can see that's highlighted for me. Council, is everyone able to see it? Councillor Dominato, can you see that?
I can see it.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so. That passes unanimously. So we are on to B. Great. It's been highlighted for you on the screen, Council. And that has passed with 1 in opposition. Councillor DiGenova is in opposition. And we are now, Council, on to C. Which again is getting highlighted for you.
I don't have a voting panel up. It's a point of privilege from Councillor DiGenova.
We haven't yet. It's now up.
And this is the first paragraph of C?
It's the whole of C.
I had asked for severing of paragraphs of C. That's a point of privilege.
You did ask for severing A.
I asked for severing of every paragraph separately.
Madam Clerk, is it possible to suspend this vote in order to just vote on the severed paragraph, first paragraph of C and then the second paragraph of C?
Chair Carr, we're in the middle of the vote, so if we're voting on the first paragraph, Council can update their voting preference before we end the vote, so we don't have to retake the vote.
Okay. Okay, that's great. So
just point of privilege, Councillor DiGenova, it's fine. Let's vote on all of C together. That's fine.
I think we've now made the switch. Is that true, Councillor, Madam Clerk, that we're now voting on the first paragraph of C? Madam Clerk? Just to verify,
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is just the first paragraph that's on the screen that you should see.
Yes, it is.
C1.
Council? Yes, we are voting on section C, first paragraph. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Council, we will now vote on the second paragraph of section C, and it's highlighted for you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you haven't yet voted. Councillor Kirby-Yung, we can't hear you. Do you need a vote assist?
Sorry, did you say second paragraph C? I just couldn't
That's
hear.
correct. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, and that is unanimous. And we are now on to the final vote, which is on D.
Councilor Carr, did you say D or E?
D.
Thank you.
Yep. We don't yet have a voting panel up. That passes with 4, oops, it disappeared, with 4 in opposition. Councillors DiGenova, Hardwick, Dominato, and Kirby-Yung.
Councillor Chair
opposition.
Carr, I don't think we have Councillor Boyle's vote recorded.
I'm sorry. I had thought I had voted in favor.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Great. Then that takes us to the end of the vote. Phew, that was a long time, and a lot of good work in terms of this motion, Council. This is an incredibly important issue that that I think, yeah, I really appreciate the thoughtful approach you've taken to that whole motion. So we are at 3:25. My notes say that we were probably going to be moving into the next item at 11:30 this morning, so it's going to take us a little longer, and it'll be a late night at the rate we're going. But you are all engaged in good, productive work. So we are now on to. Well, we have six motions in front of us that have all been referred to here from speakers. Excuse me. One was deferred from the Standing Committee on City Finances meeting of May 13th to today because of time constraints. The other 5 motions were referred from Council yesterday. So just before we begin the discussion of these motions, I just want to remind speakers that they have up to 5 minutes to make their comments, and they should state whether they are in support or in opposition of a motion, and they may only speak once. Council members, you have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers should note that they are not under any obligation to respond. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, as a pilot for the next few months, I will go over the speakers list, or myself and the clerk, of who were not present earlier, and give them the opportunity to speak. So that will be at the end of every set of speakers. After hearing from speakers, we will go into discussion on the motion, and I would like to remind committee members that their amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before you introduce it. Please ensure, as I say, the clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak, and the clerk will actually respond back to you that that they have received that amendment. So item 4 is recalibrating the Housing Vancouver strategy. This was introduced and moved already by Councillor Hardwick and seconded by Councillor Bly at the Standing Committee on May 13th, and we have 6 registered speakers to this motion. All speakers have opted to participate by telephone, and our first speaker on this is a public body representative, Mark White, who is chair of the Housing Subcommittee and Seniors Advisory Committee. So, Madam Clerk, if we could just move to the speakers who are calling in, with Mr. White being first.
The moderator is on the line with the speaker. You can patch him through now.
Go ahead, Mark. Your line is open.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, I understand that the original motion has been amended, and I've received a copy of the amendment, and that is what I'm speaking to. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. You are, yes.
I would like to I'm speaking on behalf of the Senior Advisory Committee, and I'm the chair of the Housing, the subcommittee. And I'd like to
Councillor Carr.
first thank.
Yes, sorry. Just 1 second. Yes. Just 1 second. Just before you continue, the amendments are not yet introduced, so you are actually speaking to the original motion that was distributed publicly. But I believe I had an intervention by Mayor Stewart. Yes, yep. Go ahead, Mayor Stewart.
Councillor Carr, I know that Councillor Hardwick has not yet introduced her strike and replace motion, but I'm finding this whole process a bit unusual, that we would put forward and second a private member's motion, distribute it publicly, and then propose to introduce an entire strike and replace motion. Now, I know the strike and replace motion is is somewhat
point of order.
Germane to. I will get to you. The floor.
Yes, you have the floor.
It's somewhat germane to to the original motion that was moved, but I do
Point
not
of
think
order.
this
I
is
will get
good.
to your point of order. Excuse me, Councillor Hardwick, I've heard you, and I will wait for the mayor to finish his comment, and then I will move it directly to you for your point of order.
So I would like you to rule as to whether this practice is in order of putting forward a motion publicly, having it seconded, and then that's what the public is working from, and then moving in and strikingly replacing the entire motion. So I'm going to read out the sections that I think you should consider, hope you will consider, is that section 8.7a says that the chair may refuse to open a motion for debate if the chair decides the motion is out of order because it is not compatible with the purposes and objectives of the Vancouver Charter, including the good rule and government of the city. So good rule of government, as we've heard here many times, is about giving the public adequate notice to consider motions for debate. And as per section 3.3, the publication of the agenda, we actually have very, very strict rules for what has to be given to the public in order for their consideration. For example, section 9.3 says a motion must be the same language as on the agenda. So section 9.3 said when you move your motion, it must be submitted in accordance with 9.2 using the same language as what is listed on the agenda. So in my mind, what's being done here violates the spirit of that order. And I would ask you, I can send along the text to you as to what I'm proposing here as to why this is out of order. But I would like you to rule whether or not this practice is actually the way we should be running things here at Council. Thank you.
Parliamentary
Thank you.
procedure.
I have to rule. No, I have to rule on the point of order first, and before parliamentary procedure would be the point of order raised by Councillor Hardwick. But I have to rule in order of the raising of the points of order, and I am on this point of order raised by the mayor. And I would like. Yes, a point of privilege does take precedent. What's the point of privilege?
To inform where we're at in the proceedings. I apologize, Chair Carr, and I apologize, Mayor Stewart. I'm just trying to figure out, has there been amendments moved to the motion that's on the agenda, or were there amendments sent to council? I didn't know anything had been moved yet. Can you please let me know where we are in the agenda so I can figure that out?
We have the original motion has been moved. It was introduced and moved.
Nothing else has been moved yet.
That's
correct?
right. That's
okay,
right.
Thank you.
We are dealing with the original motion. Okay, I am going to ask for a brief break to confer with the potentially with our legal team through the city manager and the clerk on this. I do have the procedure bylaw though in front of me, so I've taken note of the points raised under different sections.
Also look at 6.1C.
So we will take a 5-minute break at this
Here,
point.
I'll call you on your cell phone.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, are we back online?
Yes, Chair Carr, you're ready to go.
Great, thank you. Okay, having conferred with City Manager, our legal staff, and our City Clerk, I am going to rule that the current process or the current request for me to do a ruling as to whether or not something is in order or not is, I will clarify for everyone that that what is in, I'm going to rule that what is in order is the motion that was circulated by that forwarded by Councillor Hardwick through due process in the submission of members' motions. It was circulated to the and posted to the public. We have it on our agenda in the original language, and there is nothing in front of me right now in this process that enables me to say anything is out of order. What is in order is what we are dealing with as this item on the agenda. To speakers, what is clear is that you must speak to the motion that was submitted by Councillor Hardwick in its original form, and not to any circulated amended version, which is not due process. To Councillor Hardwick, you have tabled your motion as per due process, which is the original motion you submitted. That is the motion that we will begin debate on. You are free to, at the point where we are in debate after we have heard from speakers, to submit a strike and replace. And then it is the will of council as to whether or not to deal with that strike and replace, to vote in favor or to not vote in favor or to further amend. But that would be an amendment that you would put forward. So again, speakers, we are moving forward with the motion, and council, we are moving forward with the motion as submitted. And speakers, you are to address the content of that motion as has been publicly circulated. So we are back to Mr. White.
So I gather that there's not an opportunity to possibly speak at a later date or at a later time when the after the status of the amendment is addressed through council?
Yes, Mr. White, unfortunately, no, there is not an opportunity. Should this motion have been withdrawn and the motion that you seem to have in your hands as an amended version have been resubmitted, then you could have spoken to it. But at this point, you have to deal with the motion that we have in front of us. Yes, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was wondering, to the speaker's question, though, speakers have often on several motions suggested amendments to council or suggested that they would like to see council make amendments. In fact, I see on social media, the Vancouver Public Space Networks, the last motion made 5 suggestions for amendments to councillors. Some of them were taken. So can speakers in fact speak about amendments they'd like to see or versions of motions that they'd like to see?
Of course, that would be speaking to the current motion, and any member of the public wishing to speak to us can say that they would like to see changes to that. That happens frequently.
Okay,
in terms
thank
of,
you.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. White,
Okay.
to the motion, your comments?
Yes, thank you very much. So in terms of the original motion, there was concern from the Senior Advisory Committee of the direction, which was to specifically align the direction to population growth as being a primary variable when considering the city housing strategy. We think that there is a need to look at the strategy, and I have sent in written remarks, which I'll just summarize just briefly, and which are that the question is whether historical growth is really the right measure to look at, or whether the city should be going back to look at how the current strategy aligns with traditional measures, such as core housing need, which is the Canadian standard in terms of housing need and affordability. In particular, core housing need looks at the extent to which families and individuals living in a community are able to find housing that meet their needs, is suitable in size, and that meets their needs with the resources that they have available. For seniors, this is particularly important measure, as we know that many seniors live on fixed income and that many face significant challenges in finding and keeping housing that they can afford. In the data that I presented in Appendix B, it illustrates the current unaffordability gap across all ages of renters in Vancouver. Renters in Vancouver are feeling housing stress, and COVID-19 has only helped to amplify the stress. There are calculations that can be done to look at the true depth of need that people are facing, and this should be part of what the staff do as they come back with suggestions, both in terms of implementation of directions set out in the COVID-19 Housing Response and Recovery Plan, and in suggesting around potential revisions to the current housing strategy and the targets that have been set. Therefore, we do not support the motion to direct staff to revisit the housing strategy targets to align with historical and projected population growth based on census data. We believe that Council may want to revisit the housing strategy targets to better align with current demand and supply data to better address the affordability gap. We believe that this would require raising the current social and supportive housing targets to address those people in core housing need. Thank you very much.
Well done, Mr. White. And I see some questions for you. So if you just want to stay on the line, Councillor Swanson, you are first. 3 minutes for questioning.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can.
Oh, what a surprise. Okay. So thank you so much for seeing us through all this procedural stuff, Ms. White. I just, are you saying that you think core housing need is probably the most important variable that we need to be dealing with when we're coming up with housing targets?
Well, I think that they are, when you look at the national housing strategy, they're, the first priority is on the most vulnerable. So I think that core housing needs should be part of the consideration, and that we should be looking at the current gap in supply and demand, and not just looking at population growth. The other variables are that, for instance, people move. There were 107,000 moves in Vancouver in 2016 census. 45,000 was based on immigrant coming in, but over 67,000 were other variables that are important as well. For instance, economic pressures, demovictions, other personal factors or considerations, trying to improve the quality of living, moving out of SROs that are poor quality, or etc. So I think you have to look at a range of census variables, and also why people move. For instance, are we providing sufficient housing for shelters for women, permanent housing for women escaping violence, or other vulnerable populations? So I think that we just need to look at a broader range of variables than growth.
Okay. I wondered if I could just get you to do two more things. One is just give us a definition of core housing need, and also maybe tell us a little bit about the work with the Seniors Housing Subcommittee and Spark around mapping.
Well, actually, in the material that I sent, there is a definition of core housing need. Let me just pick it up for a second.
Yes.
So core housing need looks at the extent to which families and individuals living in a community are able to find housing that meet their needs. I think I said this already, is suitable in size and meets their needs with resources. So it's based on their household income level. But those that are in core housing need, when you look at the census data, are actually paying between 48 and 54% of their income to rental housing. And so those ones are really the precarious, the folks that have precarious housing and are much more at risk for economic pressures that would impact housing.
Thank you for that very much. You're out of time, Councillor Swanson. Again, I just you do have more questions though. Mr. White, just want to hold on. Councillors, if you could remind, take in sort of consideration that answers should also be included within your 3 minutes of Q&A time. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I'll just thank Mr. White for being here. I think Councillor Swanson touched on my questions, and I know we have a tight agenda, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Hardwick, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. White, very quickly, do you agree that the Housing Vancouver strategy needs a revisit?
Yes, we do. We think that that additional data that I know that we have discussed would be informative and would be helpful to look at to better understand current supply demands and to look at opportunities of innovation and better alignment with our with those that core housing need.
So your comment then to my motion was that while the census data was useful, it was not the only data that should be considered in a complete rethink or recalibration of the Housing Vancouver strategy.
Yes. So for instance, if you look at if we just go back to the example of over 65% of the moves in Vancouver not being related to population, but look at the impact of demoviction, for instance. Looking at what are we doing in social policy and zoning that impacts the net affordability gap that there is. So I think that and I think that other issues, having a much better understanding of secondary suites, opportunities for innovation for addressing existing housing, opportunities to expand those types that would be more affordable for people who are more vulnerable.
Terrific. Thank you very much again for speaking.
Yes, thank you, Mr. White. And we are moving on to speaker number 1 on the regular list, Ian Crook.
Can you hear me, Madam Chairman?
Yes, can hear you fine.
Thank you. Could I ask the city clerk put up the slide which I submitted?
Yes, Mr. Crook, the slide is up.
Okay, it's not online, but that's fine. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for your and councillors for your time. You may recognize this slide from a letter which I sent to you on May 10th. As I said in my letter, I had missed the point Councillor Hardwick was making in her motion when I first read the Housing Vancouver strategy. But when you actually look at the numbers, the impact of the differing assumptions regarding growth rates is very significant. It's potentially the difference of the City of Vancouver being home to 700,000 or 800,000 people, which is about a 14% differential by 2027. I think it's critically important the city understand this difference. Aside from anything else, this could impact how the city budgets for things like infrastructure, as well as plan for amenities. I also think the COVID-19 pandemic will have a major impact on all cities, including Vancouver. Based on my past experience and discussions with business contacts and bank executives I know, I expect it will result in lower migration to downtown cores generally, at least in the near term to be sure, and many businesses will likely evolve towards a decentralized operating model removed from downtown and more focused on suburban nodes. I don't see anything in what Vancouver is doing that would result in its population increasing at a rate greater than has historically been the case. In point of fact, Stats Canada published an update in February that noted the Vancouver CMA lost 14,000 people between 2014 and 2019, and that Abbotsford was in fact the fastest growing municipality in Canada last year. It's also worth noting the provincial statistician last October published a report which forecast growth of 1.4% for the mainland and southwest for the period of 2019 to 2041. Wherever the facts lead us should inform the decision making going forward, and I view getting the information requested in this resolution as being an essential first step to getting the facts. Given the implications of different population scenarios, I do ask that you vote in favor of the resolution.
Great. You're finished, Mr. Crook?
Yes, I am. I thought I'd be
That's
short.
great. You do. That's very welcomed. Thank you. You do have questions, however. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crook. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Interesting chart, and it was that information that really sparked me in the beginning to see the incongruence between what I perceived of as an incongruence in the numbers. You focused in your commentary around population growth under the census solely. Do you agree that there are other factors that need to be taken into consideration, other data to inform analysis and future policy recalibration?
Oh, absolutely. I think understanding the mix of housing starts, for example, is a critical piece of information. Councillor Swanson raised a very interesting point 2 weeks ago, I guess, regarding the Cambie corridor, and pointed out that we're building a ton of market rentals, but not nearly enough that's targeted to those in need. And I share that conclusion.
Okay, well, that's great. I hadn't intended that population growth under the census be the only data set that we explore, and hopefully you understood that.
Yes.
We just chose to focus on the one element. Okay, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much. And those are your questions. Thanks so much for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Yes, our next speaker is Dr. John Rose. Madam Clerk, is Dr. Rose?
Chair Carr, we're just waiting for him to get patched in.
Great.
Moderator on the line. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Dr.
Okay,
Rose.
great. Thank you. I apologize for that. Hello, thank you. I'm a resident of Richmond, BC, speaking as an individual in support of the motion. I trust you have the title slide of my presentation on screen. Of course, motion B7 refers to its original designation in the agenda for May the 12th. But the substance of my commentary is unchanged.
Point of information? Is there not a presentation?
There should
That's
be.
a point of parliamentary procedure.
Oh.
So a point. There's. I am not. There is a slide, but not a continuous presentation here, Madam Clerk. I wonder if you could just let us know if there is a presentation that. Oh, there it goes. Okay, we do have a presentation starting. So we're at the top of the presentation. Yes, you can, and we're on your first slide now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So you have the title slide of my presentation on screen. Of course, motion B7 refers to its original designation in the May 12th Council agenda. I'm speaking here in support of the motion. Slide 2, please. Despite claims made in some quarters, this is not a motion to cap development and restrict population growth. It is not anti-supply, nor is it NIMBYism. The recalibration asked for, on the basis of issues with the Housing Vancouver strategy, is a full assessment of current and future housing needs and the city's capacity to accommodate those needs. It is a call for robust evidence in support of decision-making that is transparent and accountable to council and the public at large, for an approach that informs dialogue and negotiations with various stakeholders and addresses housing narratives that too often take the form of caricature. Next slide, please, slide 3. So the Housing Vancouver strategy has set a supply target of 72,000 new homes for the 10-year period between 2017 and 2028. Councillor Hardwick has provided staff and council with an estimate, approximately 30,000 units of demand for dwellings over this time frame. To date, the councillors' figures have not been contested by staff and are entirely in line with the city's own estimates of demand as outlined in the Metro Vancouver Regional Growth Strategy. Recognizing time constraints, I'll pass over slides 4 and 5, so if we could advance to slide 6, that would be appreciated. Examination of the regional growth strategy shows that the 72,000 unit target is almost 20,000 units higher than the demand estimate of 53,000 units for the 2-decade span of 2021 to 2041. It also shows an estimated 32,000 unit demand for housing for the period of 2016 to 2026 that closely matches the 10-year span of the Housing Vancouver strategy. In light of this, it is not unusual for Councillor Hardwick, or members of the public for that matter, to ask questions about the 72,000 unit target and the assumptions and data that lie behind it. Next slide, please, slide 7. So far, the response has been that the additional units in the 72,000 unit target are to satisfy unmet demand, those that the market has not provided with affordable housing despite record levels of construction. The strategy also notes the continued presence of non-resident investors in Vancouver's real estate market. In fact, it claims that some such investment might even be beneficial. The problem is that these demand components are nebulous. Little rationale and data have been provided to support them. This needs to be addressed, particularly if a housing plan is to inform policy and to garner public buy-in. Also requiring clarification is the status of the targets themselves. Are these permitted approvals, starts, completions, completions net of demolitions? These are very different things, and the fact that the specific meaning of the targets is not spelled out makes them even more opaque and problematic. So I agree with Councillor Hardwick that the targets in the Housing Vancouver strategy need a rethink. Any plan should be based on a full accounting of the situation. This is what this motion calls for, the provision of clear information about the development pipeline and what the city does have direct influence over, the regulatory landscape, including land use zoning. This is of particular importance given persistent claims that government regulations are what have prevented developers from supplying affordable housing and to ensure that housing policy does not adversely affect affordability. So going forward, more comprehensive, transparent data on housing demand is needed. More data is needed on the rental universe, especially the extensive secondary market of privately rented secondary suites, detached homes, condominiums, and townhomes that often provide affordable rental housing, but whose availability may be negatively affected by new development. More data is needed on rezoning and development permit applications to know what the development industry has asked of the city, and what, if any, restrictions to this have resulted from city procedures and policies. And long overdue, since zoning is at the heart of so many debates about housing supply and affordability in Vancouver, we need data on the city's zone capacity. Next slide, please, slide 8.
And you are, I hope for your wrapping up because you are over time.
Okay. Just in sum here, we need data like that Seattle collects, data on its zone development capacity, not just nominal capacity that provides an invaluable tool to assess needs and current capability. As a housing researcher, I fully support this approach and hope that you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And you do have questions? Yep, that's great. You do have questions.
Okay.
Mayor Stewart, go ahead with your questions.
Hey, thanks very much for your presentation. And I was just wondering what your primary concern is about the 72,000 target. Why is it of huge concern?
Well, my primary concern would be, in the spirit of the Housing Vancouver strategy to, to see what the right supply is. You have a document that is supposed to represent a change from sort of the previous status quo, and the document clearly identifies that there hadn't really been a sheer numerical problem in terms of housing supply in the city of Vancouver, that rates of growth were in fact greater than rates of growth in the number of households. So presumably then moving forward, there's kind of a different approach. But when I look at, locations like Oak Ridge, where you see 2,600 new units being built, about 290 of those are purpose-built market rentals, 290 are below market rentals, and the remaining 2,000 units are priced between $1 to $4 and $5 million. It raises the questions about, well, what is the market for this kind of high-priced housing, and will these numbers really?
But the market is there. I mean, previous speaker had said we need a lot more for. Well, it shows in the vacancy rate, doesn't it?
The vacancy rate for which?
For rental.
I'm not disputing that there would be a need for affordable rental. You're quite right that the data presented on the primary rental market and of the secondary rental market, the data that exists, shows that there is a kind of vacancy issue. The question is, will you, through this plan, be achieving those kinds of goals of getting affordable rentals? What strikes me is Councillor Swanson's motion from May 12th, pointing to the Cambie corridor, where you see that, yes, 20% of the 10,000 plus units on the Cambie corridor are purpose-built rental, but they're geared towards incomes of over $60,000 per year.
So can I ask you how
housing?
You expect us to? I have a short period of time here. I just want to know what mechanisms you might have for us to build below market rental housing at the levels that we'd need.
Well, those are some policy questions, and I'm kind of pointing here to some basic data issues with the Housing Vancouver strategy. I think the first step in developing policy is having very clear data and very clear assumptions. And as I've mentioned, I find the black boxes, the unanswered questions in terms of this unmet demand category, and quite frankly, the unanswered questions in terms of the amount of non-resident investor purchases are embedded in this document. I mean, it's a huge question.
Thanks so much.
Where is that market for $1 million plus housing? So the question is, how do you, there's been a lot of conversation over the last couple of weeks, a lot of commentary from.
Sorry, I am way over my time.
Okay.
I'm way over my time here.
These are big questions that perhaps should be answered elsewhere.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to continue on that conversation, Dr. Rose. So one of the things that we touched upon was the rental vacancy numbers. I think this is an example of something that has been difficult for us to pin down. We know the purpose-built rental world, but we don't know the secondary suite world, and we certainly don't know the post-COVID world, as we've seen the collapse of Airbnb, for example. Could you elaborate on other data sets that you think are relevant to us making our plans going forward? Again, with the acknowledgement that the exercise first is around getting good data so that we can do a more complete analysis and then recalibrate policy.
Definitely. I would echo the earlier comments from the first speaker in the queue here. About the importance of really getting a better handle on this secondary rental market, that with existing dwellings, many of which are conversions of existing units, and many of which are affordable units, that we need to have a much better sense of the scope of that universe and the location of those units and the amount of rent that's being paid, because one of the concerns that we might have about a very ambitious building program is that it then yields to or produces direct and indirect displacement of residents and of those secondary rental units. So we need data on the scope of that universe. I'd also say that to the extent that it's possible, we should have some data on the degree to which, for example, past rezonings might have actually produced displacement, had the elimination of that older, established, affordable rental stock. So that's one of the key data gaps that I think needs to be filled as you move forward with any plan.
Understood. And so it's the combination of the data and understanding the nature of change coming out of COVID. Another thing that we talked about was that we have, in fact, produced a lot of product that has been sold offshore, overseas, and that's why the speculation tax came in, the empty homes tax has come in, and that has contributed to the affordability issue as it's priced up the properties. Could you talk a little bit about that component of supply?
Yeah, I mean, one of the clear things that came out of the Housing Vancouver strategy that's been part of our discourse locally is this disconnect between local incomes, even accounting for the sort of magnifying effects of changing lending, regulations, interest rates and the like. There's been this decoupling of incomes and dwelling prices. And it does raise the question then of, well, how is that possible? Where has this decoupling come from? And as the evidence has come out, we've seen that, global investor demand has been a big part of that, which is why I raised the question around the pricing of, units, for example, in this massive Oak Ridge development that seem to be well beyond the capacity of local incomes to sustain. And I'm really quite concerned about the Housing Vancouver strategy and its sort of policy prescriptions in terms of really addressing that root cause. Because if that drives up your land prices, then you're basically forcing locals to continually try and compete and catch up with that. So that's a fundamental problem that I think still needs to be addressed, and I think this public has spoken very clearly that that is a policy priority.
Great.
Okay, yes, that's
Thank
it
you.
for your time. Yeah, thank you. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead with questions.
Thanks so much. My question specifically is in regards to what the motion says in looking at for data. And if we look for data, it's my opinion in doing research that if we're coming into this objectively, that we consider the data before we decide the outcome. You can presuppose what you think you might find, but do you actually think, and as a follow-up to Mayor Stewart's question to you, where you said, there may be a need for more rental, that's what I heard, may be a need for more rental. Please let me know if I'm putting words into your mouth. But do you actually think that, we could come out on the other side of this and find with some types of housing that we need to increase those numbers?
Well, that would be my biggest critique, in fact, of the Housing Vancouver strategy, is that you had a target set at 72,000 units that's been described as, moreover, as an aspirational target, that the underlying data, which really should then produce that target, is missing, right? You have questions around the number of new households that this target is supposed to address. You have this big question mark about unmet demand. The scope of that, and moreover, the mechanism by which, say, for example, people living in quite unaffordable housing in the current day are going to be provided with affordable housing via new development on land whose value has been inflated. You also have unaddressed questions around the scope of investor demand. And so I would in fact say, Councillor DiGenova, that the points you raise about needing the data first and then you arrive at target second is in fact a damning critique of the Housing Vancouver strategy, because it seems that some of that core data is absent.
Well, when we look at targets are just that. I know, because I asked this question many times to maybe the previous government, talk about promising something, or we can, and committing to something, or we can talk about targets, and that's what they are. But we have to assess and update those targets all the time. I mean, 72,000 can be reasonable at one point, but then when we think about other reasons and certain parts of supply, then we think about MRP, our moderate income rental. So my question is do you think that, in moving forward with something like this, that Councillor Hardwick is putting forward, that you know, people may characterize it as we need to assess the targets and look at less. Or in fact, we need to look at more. But the point overall is we won't know unless we do it.
I would concur with that. I mean, you need the information, and as you said, it could lead to. I mean, quite frankly, I think targets. I would go further. I'd probably speak more strongly than Councillor Hardwick has here. I think targets is a little problematic because essentially you're committing the city to something that is ultimately going to be provided by the private sector, and and the timing of that development is not entirely up to the city, which is why I think you really do need much firmer data on the regulatory environment. But that said, that environment should be sufficiently flexible and it should be based upon data so that you have at least estimates. We maybe don't speak about targets, but at the very least you have estimates of demand that are continually being updated, as well as your estimates of the city's capacity via zoned land and through the regulatory environment as a whole. So I agree. I think that you should be thinking more about the foundation for estimates of future demand and the capacity of the system to accommodate that.
Great. Thank you so much. And that's it for your questions. I really appreciate your answers. And again, councillors, I remind you to try and ask your questions, giving enough time to hear the answers within the 3 minutes. So, but again, thank you very much, Dr. Rose.
Thank you.
Our third speaker on the list is Claire Lomas.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, excellent. So due to time constraints, I'm going to just ask the clerk to jump forward to slide number 13 in my presentation. I did submit a YouTube video of my entire presentation to council if they want to get to all of the information that I presented. But I think slide 13 is a great place to start, especially talking about or referring to some of the comments from the earlier speakers. I don't see that slide up on the website right now, so I'm just assuming that there's a bit of a delay.
We are seeing a slide that has median renter income.
It has two graphs on it, one on the left and one on the right?
Yes, it does.
Perfect. That's the one that I want to refer to. So
point of privilege, if I might, Madam Chair.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Just 1 second. Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm just wondering if you could confirm if the public will be seeing that also, because it seemed like when the same question was asked on a previous speaker, it was just council, and I just want to make sure that we have the integrity of the experience to the public also.
Madam City Clerk, can we confirm that?
Yes, Chair Carr, the presentation on the public site is slightly delayed, so they will see it shortly, if not already.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I currently see it up now.
Ms. Lomas.
I'm just trying to be. Yeah. Thank you. I'm just trying to be mindful that I only have 5 minutes to speak, and I've got a lot of information to go through, and there is a delay between the web and my phone.
I will give you a little bit of extra time. I'll ask the clerk to do that, given that we had some technical issues here.
Excellent. Okay, so now that the slide is up on the screen for everybody to see, I just want to do a quick rundown of what those two graphs represent. So the graph on the left is the distribution of households based on income, and I grabbed the data from Statistics Canada. Now the graph on the left is what happens if you plot the data and the targets out by income of the $72,000 or the 72,000 homes in the Housing Vancouver strategy. And the main reason that I wanted to bring up the slide is I wanted to note that there are two different shapes here. So when people are questioning the distribution of the targets, I think it is prudent to question whether or not this is the right supply and how many currently affordable homes are going to be lost to this development plan. I made a note at the bottom of the slide that with a near zero vacancy rate, it would be prudent to have a plan that matches the income distribution of its clients. Now, I'd like to say that most of my slides focused on income. I don't believe that to be the only database variable that we need to be discussing. And to be clear, I am also in support of Councillor Hardwick's motion because it's asking for database planning. So to just jump forward to the next slide that I think is of significance, we're going to skip to slide number 18. And so the first slide I showed to basically point out that the targets are mismatched to the distribution of income. Slide number 18, however, talks more about what happens with the approvals in relation to these targets and how important it is to break these approvals and targets down by income bracket as well. So social and supportive housing covers the income bracket from $0 to $100,000. And in 2018, for the income bracket from $80,000 to $100,000, those units were over approved by 2,310%. So this chart shows what that looks like. The first dotted line shows the annual target. The second dotted line shows the 10-year annual target, which means in a single year, over two times, the 10-year target was approved in a single year, which to me begs the question, what happens when you hit target? The 80 to 100K range also has purpose-built market rentals, condos, laneways, coach houses, townhouses. Supportive and social housing is the only option for those earning less than $30,000. Purpose-built rentals is also an option for the $30,000 to $50,000 range. However, 0 purpose-built rentals were approved in 2018 for this income bracket. So I'd like to skip ahead next to slide 21, which basically just goes through the argument that you need to cap the approvals because otherwise they skew the overall progress for each building type. So far the City of Vancouver has decided to report their progress based on housing type and not on how much progress we're making towards particular income brackets. I'm not sure of how much time I have left, but basically I wanted to point out that if you cap the over-approved units, you get 89% of target for supportive and social housing if you include the temporary modular housing units. If you exclude the temporary modular housing units, you only reach about 45% of target. So next, I would like to jump forward to slide 28 because this is kind of the nuts and bolts and also refers to this black box that previous speakers have referred to. So slide 28 is basically a table of what I think the city should be presenting to the public and just have as the first line how we should be setting our targets. Note that these are not based on the suitability of the units, it's just purely based on income. Suitability is a secondary requirement that I think should also be considered. So the big red box on the right shows the percentages towards progress that are often presented to council from the City of Vancouver. And down at the bottom is the percentages actually broken down by income bracket. I think that the box down at the bottom provides a clearer picture of how supply is affecting Vancouverites based on their income. Of course, we know that affordability is tied to income. I have what you see are X, Y, and Z on this chart. That's simply because I don't have that data. For some reason, once we got to condos, the data was not broken down by income bracket any longer and was only broken down by total approvals. So while I know, for example, that condos were over approved by 150%, I can't tell you whether or not most of those were for the 150K crowd, the 50 to 80K crowd, so on. We can now basically go to the next slide, which basically just is also from the Housing Vancouver strategy.
Chair Carr?
And I wanted to point out that 29, the one that says social and supportive purpose-built market, and then there's a typo.
Actually, you are out of time.
There we go.
Sorry, Councillor. Sorry. Yes. Madam Clerk, did you have another point that you wanted to raise?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. You have questions, however. Councillor Dominato.
Excellent.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Lomas, for your presentation. I did want to follow up on your comment. You talked about income, but you mentioned other variables that we should be considering. Would you be able to expand on that?
Yeah, so the first one that sticks out to me is we need to know what the existing supply is like before we can make any sort of projections on in terms of what we need to be building for. But secondly, and probably secondly would be the size of those units, specifically the number of bedrooms. We've heard over and over again that there's an increasing need for affordable family housing, and I would like to put emphasis on affordable family housing. From what I've seen in the data, and I had to pick what I was going to focus this presentation on, family housing also is not reported on based on income. So we don't know if, for example, a family that is only making $50,000 a year has access to appropriate housing. Personally, I can speak to a number of my friends who are raising their children in one-bedroom apartments, and I would like to see that change.
Great, thank you. I mean, I think you certainly touched on in terms of the right supply, and I share some of those concerns around if we, developing the right type of housing to meet the needs of families. So thanks for that. I see other speakers on the list, so I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councillor
Okay, thank you.
Dominato. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Lomas. And Councillor Dominato just asked one of my questions, but thank you. So beyond that, what brought you here? What got you interested in this subject matter?
To be honest, it was just the lack of personal options and seeing all of my friends and family have to move away. I started to realize that this wasn't an individual failure, and it was a systemic failure. I have a history as an engineer, and so I have a tendency to look at things in terms of problems, goals, and solutions. And so I basically started digging into this, honestly, hoping that the city would be proving me wrong and that there was a grander plan. However, when I started to dig into the numbers, I started to get more and more disturbed as to how this plan was actually addressing current citizens.
Well, that's a really good answer. So ultimately, you would agree that we need more data, better data, and in order to do an analysis that takes us into a post-COVID reality.
Oh, absolutely. One of the things that bothered me about this is that we've been presented with one solution. I think we've skipped over a major step of the problem-solving cycle in terms of brainstorming what potential solutions are and determining what might be the best solution to fit our current situation. So that's just problematic right off the bat, from my opinion.
Do you see any downside in getting better data and going through a recalibrated analysis?
No, I find it very hard to find a downside. Humans have a tendency to be biased, and that's why I believe in data and science so strongly, is because data has a tendency to remove that bias, and we make sure that we're making effective decisions.
Excellent. I concur. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Still do have more questions. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yes, thanks so much for this presentation. Boy, you sure did a lot of work. I just wanted to ask you, it's kind of what Councillor Hardwick asked, but why did you focus on income, the income that people need to have to afford housing? Why is that the variable that you picked out?
Because it's part of the definition of what is affordable. It's defined as the cost of housing divided by income. So for me, that was the most obvious variable to take a look at. From what I've heard, a lot of the language is centered around market. Market does not necessarily mean affordable. Less than market does not mean affordable. And so it's trying to be really specific about the language that we're using to have measurable results that we can report on and respond to.
So do you think your work has implications also for the definition of social housing, or what it should be?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's one of the things that needs to be segmented further. I think the category from $0 to $100,000 is way too broad. People who are earning $100,000 and those that are on social assistance, they have completely different needs, and we need to be able to make sure that those needs are being targeted. I would also like to point out that if you emphasize income and need to go to other government partners to get assistance to build the housing that we need, this is also a really great argument to raise the rates for people who are on disability, who are on shelter assistance, social assistance, whatnot. So it really, the two are tied together. And if you're wanting to build affordable homes, you need to be talking about the cost of housing and income.
So rather than saying, oh, we're meeting our social housing targets because we have X number of units that are being occupied by people at the 80K level, you actually say what's happening at the other end so you can justify getting more money from other levels of government?
Absolutely.
Is that what you, yeah, okay. Thank you so much for all this work. Yeah.
Great.
Oh, my pleasure. It's important, so I was happy to do it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lomas. Those are your questions. And again, really appreciate the time you've taken to prepare for this and present.
Thank you.
So we're now moving on to speaker number 4, Luis Villegas.
Yes, can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yeah, Yes, we can hear you just fine. And we see a
And
slide up
could my
already. Yeah.
oh, the slides are up?
Well,
Okay,
the
I'm
cover
not
page is there.
quite
Yeah.
seeing that yet.
There's a little bit of a delay in terms of the public posting of it, but if you wait a moment, it'll be there.
All right, well, let me get started. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I support the motion. My name is Louis Villegas. I am an urban design specialist, qualified to practice as an architect, planner, and building technologist in Vancouver, where I have owned a home for 32 years. Next slide, please. The housing crisis, raging for 25 years, has multiple causes. Over-restricted land supply, building SkyTrain and towers, offshore capital, some legal, some not, some from communist countries, and raising revenues by taxing empty homes and foreign sales. Next. Shall we add the housing crisis, the housing strategy outpacing growth by 250% to that list? Will overbuilding condo supply dampen house prices, or are we just throwing more gasoline on the fire? Next, please. 25 years ago, the real estate market split into houses and condos. In 2002, houses broke through the sustainability limit. Condos followed in 2014. Since 2010, the price of houses has gone up 200%, while salaries and inflation hover at 1% and 2%. Next slide, please. Slide number 6. Sorry, slide number 5. 25 years ago, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, the price gap between houses and condos is widening. The increase is all in the land price, the one thing that both markets share in common. Thus, overbuilding the condo supply will inflate land values, raise prices in both house and condo markets. Slide number 7, please. Stats Canada gets it right. Vancouver is growing at 1%, not the 2.5% claimed by the housing strategy, shown it right. We expect 6,300 new people per year, not 16,000. 2,900 new units will be needed to house them, not 7,200. Next. The housing strategy is long on numbers and short on answers. Where are the additional 10,000 people coming from? For Stats Canada, they do not exist. Who will profit from building 4,300 surplus units? Not the families and individuals priced out of the market. Next. Let's look at this through a different lens. 6,300 people per year housed in 2,900 units citywide, divided by 60 neighborhoods, returns on average 50 new units per neighborhood per year. That is a remarkable number. It means that we can absorb decades of growth, building sustainably in the West Coast vernacular, human scale urbanism. Towers are not indicated by the data. Next. 250% oversupply is out of sync with neighborhood growth. This data appears to be inflated. Building towers and subway, delivering more empty condos, lifting land prices. We are putting out the fire with gasoline. Next. All we're saying, Council, is end the housing crisis. A tower supply response to a house supply deficit may backfire. Ending the housing crisis will require a different response. Next. Let's look at prices. Median household income in 2019 was $76,000. Allocating 1/3 to mortgage sets the sustainability limit at $460,000 to $320,000 per house. Today, depending on interest rates, starter homes are 2.6 to 3.7 times over affordability. Not just communist oligarchs. Working families should be able to afford a cottage on a garden lot in Vancouver. Next. The Canadian dream is buying a house, paying a mortgage, and building home equity. The Canadian way reserves a home equity for the homeowners. Next. The housing strategy appears to be engaged in a bait and switch. 1/3 of salaries go to rent, not mortgages. Home equity is being taken from families and individuals, then transferred to a new class it calls the owner-developer. In other words, the housing strategy should be looking at both the ability to own and to rent. Next. All we're saying is council and the housing crisis. Flooding the market with condos is not going in the right direction. Next, I support recalibrating the Vancouver housing strategy using actual growth numbers. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Villegas. And you do have questions. Oops, Councillor Swanson. I'm sorry, you were already up there, and I will advance you. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson, for up to 3 minutes.
It's a holdover.
Oh, it is. Okay, then, Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Really quickly, thank you, Mr. Villegas. We're focusing here on the data, and your presentation seemed to jump ahead to conclusions. Reposing a question that was put out by Councillor DiGenova earlier. What if the data was to come out and suggest that we needed to be building more of a certain housing typology? I guess what I'm getting at, are you married to policy outcomes, or are you interested in re-examining the data?
I am interested in the facts. I think the facts are concrete and verifiable. I think other speakers have already addressed that, pointed to it. I think once we are in possession of the facts, then we can make rational decisions. And these do not appear to be the right facts.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That's to the point. I appreciate it very much.
Okay, and that's it for your questions, Mr. Villegas. And again, thank you so much for your presentation, taking the time to be with us. So, Council, we are on our last speaker, which is Andy Yan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Hello?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, great. Wonderful, thank you. I'm just hoping that my slideshow is currently up and loaded. I guess I'll just start with fingers crossed that my slide is up there. Thank you so much, and I'm here to speak in support of the motion in terms of recalibrating the Housing Vancouver strategy post-COVID. And I think that if you hit the next slide, that really what's happened with the Housing Vancouver plan, I think two elements are actually, I think it's a start. That very much there's been, I think, a terms of transparency and terms of accountability, that there has been a release of data that has not been there before in terms of informing the public about what's going on in the environment in terms of housing the city. But I think that similarly, I think that it's a start, and that fundamentally it's building upon this initial start that I think really needs to move forward. And this goes into specific things like how temporary modular housing shouldn't necessarily be just slotted as social housing. And I think that in that name of transparency, that has been sectioned out, but yet at the same time, it's sometimes counted as social housing. And I think it's very clear to come out with very strong definitions of what these various categories are. Next slide, please. And I think that a lot of this is also touching upon really the complete disconnection, as other speakers have talked about, in terms of the disconnection between what's being built and who can afford this versus who actually lives in the city. If you go for this slide that illustrates really the disconnection, or rather disconnection, we find that 66% of what was approved to be built in a year in Vancouver is only really going to be affordable for 40% of its population. And I think that is, highlighting one of the kind of key challenges in terms of this recalibration. Next slide. And I think within this recalibration has actually been the release of more data. You have to remember the Housing Vancouver plan was created in November 2017, and has since there's been a number of major releases in terms of data and research relationships between the federal government and the provincial government. I think all through which create really important sets of information and data sets in terms to incorporate. And I think the first and foremost is the understanding that 46% of the condominiums that were built in Vancouver are actually occupied by non-owners, that their owners don't actually live in that. And I think that that is one of the new pieces of information to kind of fit in this entire conversation of what's going on in the Vancouver housing market. And I think that really it's this piece of, I think, new data and new research that I think really has changed since the last 2 years, that you also have to look at existing ones. And of course, the discussion about the future growth of the population really being connected towards immigration really highlights some of the challenges, because we find that immigrants in Vancouver, specifically living in the city of Vancouver, only earn half as much as in terms of a median total income as the non-immigrant population. So I think this entire discussion about how new housing is connected towards housing new immigrants, I think is really, again, one of the major challenges. And really some final comments, and I think that this is really elements through which is really seen in the reports that have come out since the initial 2017 strategy, is really, I think, really clearing up the differences between approvals versus starts and housing completions, and how they're connected, or rather disconnected, in the provision of housing in the city of Vancouver. The discussion of gross versus net numbers, and really, I think, core within this discussion is the loss of affordability in terms of displacement and gentrification, as well as suitability, and that not all demand should necessarily have the same priority in terms of housing, and that housing tenure isn't necessarily the same as affordability. Right? That by saying someone is a renter does not necessarily mean that they're living in affordable housing, of course. And that really, for housing in the post-COVID era, we really see that really the issues around biomedical security, adaptability, and flexibility are going to emerge. And that really the core of this is really trying to deal with meeting in the questions of who and where will be as important as how many when we think about housing policy into the future of the city. Thank you.
That was perfectly timed, and you do have some questions. So, Councillor Hardwick.
Just a point of parliamentary procedure, I just wanted to check in Chair Carr that we are breaking at 5 p.m.
Yes, if we have, if we can just go through the speakers, it's 6 minutes, and we have 10 minutes to go. So, yes, if people keep to the timing, we're good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yan, for being here. For those that are not familiar with you, what is your area of expertise, please?
It's in housing, demographics, and geographic information systems.
Would you characterize yourself as a data geek?
I have actually been a provincial expert in the in court talking about housing policy.
So you're an expert, and so you do think that now is a good time to revisit the Housing Vancouver targets?
I think it's an opportunity to refresh a strategy, as there have been, I think, several data sets and new questions that have been, I think, attained over since the original strategy, since the overall strategy was initially developed, and that I think that this is an opportunity to take stock and really reaffirm the principles that this council, as well as this council, wants to pursue.
Do you see any downside in obtaining more and better data in this regard?
I think that there isn't a downside. There's an opportunity to really sharpen policy. I think that there's an opportunity to really, I think, challenge policy that doesn't necessarily been working. And I think that this is really, I think, the opportunity through which good data can provide the foundation for good decisions.
Are there any data sets in particular that you're interested in seeing?
Well, I think the Canadian Housing Statistics Program that was just launched between StatsCan and the Canadian Mortgage, the Canadian Housing Corporation really is one data set. But then I think fundamentally it's actually digging into the city's own data sets that it has and really connecting them, really seeing where they connect or where they disconnect. I think really coming down towards the stock, and I think really having an understanding of the stock of housing in terms of rental, in terms of availability, as presented in previous speakers, that I think presents an opportunity to build a stronger strategy from the one that was originally presented in November 2017.
Now, the November 2017 strategy, of course, came out of the preceding decade, and in particular, I think the year before was 2016. What was remarkable in your examination of the data around 2016 and the years leading up to the foundation of the Housing Vancouver strategy?
Well, I think that what's remarkable. Oh, sure. It's really how much more we know about what was happening in the housing market in the city of Vancouver, whether it comes to non-owner occupancy, foreign ownership, as well as the role of finance, and whether it's global or national finance. Really, how much those elements have changed even since those few 4 years. And I think that this is the opportunity to make sure that the intentions and the policies this council has can be met in terms of housing.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
That is your time. Just before I move on, you do have other speakers, Mr. Yan. Council, I will need a motion to extend past 5 o'clock to finish this speakers list. So we have 2 more councillors asking questions. That will be another 6 minutes.
So moved. And then we could recess.
Sure. And then we will recess for dinner for an hour.
Thank you.
So that is the motion. Can I just hear all those in favor of finishing the speakers? I'll say yay.
Favor.
Yay.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Great, thank you. Thank you very much. So Councillor Dominato, you are next with questioning to Mr. Yan.
Thanks, Dr. Yan. Thanks for being here. I wanted to follow up just with respect to the conversation around the existing strategy, and there's a focus on income bands, there's a focus on typology in terms of housing. What other variables do you think that we need to be thinking about or considering?
I think that it's going to come down towards also elements of suitability. That is really the sizes of the units and really how well or not so well in towards matching the family sizes that we're talking about. I think really a really important element, I think, in part having a background in geography, that is that really the issue of where might this housing be located in terms of the 51 square kilometers of this city. That I think that this is also, we certainly have seen a lot of emphasis on what, but then I think that there is also an equally fair conversation of where. And I think that it's not only about the strategy, but it's also its connections in terms of how it connects up to where, and also the kind of amenities that are going to be needed to support whomever we're trying to house in the city.
I appreciate that. Thanks for adding that. I also just wanted to follow up on your point around non-owners, and I'm just curious, is there a data set out there or to distinguish between overseas owners who've invested in property versus second homeowners, people who may live on the island or in Calgary and have a second home and come to Vancouver and like to spend money in their economy and come for, is more sort of second tourists. Do we have a way of distinguishing between those types of non-owners or owners? Sorry.
I think that there's an opportunity to build that forward in terms of what was presented by the federal government. I also think that there's also an opportunity to really, I think, get a deeper understanding, because of course within that non-owner occupancy is a very complex series of ownerships in terms of units that are being offered for rent, units that are being held as second or third homes, and then really units that are being put forward on the short-term rental market. And that right now, at this point, it's all mixed together.
Yeah, no, I think it's helpful to understand that. And I just want to say, I also appreciated your comment around the opportunity to refresh the strategy. That's the world I come from, is strategy development. And often I think that's something we need to think about, is that a strategy isn't, you develop it in a certain point in time, but it can't be locked down. You have to be nimble and fluid and adjust as the circumstances around you change. And it doesn't necessarily apply just to housing. So thank you. Appreciate that comment.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Mayor Stewart, go ahead with your questions.
Hello. Thanks for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts on this. I have just an initial simple question. Do you think we have just too much darn housing in Vancouver?
Well, it's the question of who are we trying to house? I'd like to kind of begin that question of not only how many units, but who are we trying to house? I think as we've seen over the last seven weeks, we've certainly seen that there are so many people living in the city right now who are homeless, who are underhoused. That I think goes into the question of the right supply, through which it has been one of the principles of this strategy. And I think again, it's the opportunity to recalibrate that question.
And so just following on that, how would you suggest we recalibrate it? We have, this current plan is 72,000 units over 10 years that we're not even close to hitting. Some folks are suggesting we cut it down to 60,000 units. What's your magic number?
Well, I'm really terrible at magic. Nobody really shows up to my party tricks. I'm pretty bad at it, and I think that part of this, I think, is actually an understanding of actually how that 72,000 breaks down, through which actually I think the latest data book does offer that breakdown. But then it's also just a transparent process in terms of understanding really how did we get to that 72,000? Is it appropriate? Is it, why? For example, I'm always suspect about coming down with one definite number like 72,000. I think with the ideas of estimates and uncertainty, why wasn't it a band in terms of being somewhere between, say, 65,000 or 80,000, and really show your work? And I think that that's really what the opportunity is really showing the work that is involved. And I'm quite sure that staff works pretty hard in the city of Vancouver, and I think this is the opportunity to kind of show how hard they work.
So just focusing on your right supplies response, who do you think is going to build housing for families that make, say, under $50,000 a year?
I think that that's one of the big questions moving forward, is who can, because we've certainly seen what the existing housing system has been able to produce, as well as not produce in terms of who can afford it. And I think that that is one of the major challenges in a place like Vancouver, as well as other cities around North America. But one should also note that Vancouver seems to have a particularly acute problem in this.
Okay, thanks very much. That's my 3 minutes.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor Stewart. And Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you may be on mute. We're still not hearing you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Madam Clerk has been in a difficulty in reaching Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, are you on the line?
Yes. She sounds like she's very faint. Yeah, I do too.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that is better. Thank you. Go ahead with your questions.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Mr. Yan, for being here. I was compelled to ask you questions, just following up on Mayor Stewart's questions. And I see that you laughed when he said, do we have enough housing in Vancouver? And then he wanted to say who's going to build the right supply and the right type. It seemed a bit sad and defeatist comment. I mean, do you think we have to try?
Point of order, Chair. Point of order. Yes, I think characterizing my comments violate the procedure, bylaw 6.1, is that, that's impugning my motives.
Yes, I would agree with you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, if you could not impugn or mischaracterize individuals, I think you would just stick to the content here, please.
Yeah, let me try to reframe. I was trying to focus on the comment, being said, but I think, Mr. Yan, do you think it's a little bit more nuanced in the approach that the City of Vancouver has to take? It's not just the number of units. There's some qualitative factors and as well as quantitative ones that need to come in terms of a balance consideration. So is household size changing, for example? Are we building multi-family dwellings? And I guess my question is going towards, do you think that there are things that the city can do in terms of policies and zoning. You know, our 60% of our land is zoned for single family use. Or for example, we heard today that it's about 12 months on average for rezoning. Would it make a difference if it to the market if it was 6 months for rezoning to do a purpose-built rental and it was 12 or 18 months if you were doing strata and you were put in a different queue? Can you comment on that?
Well, I think that it's interesting to kind of see if you're able to streamline these processes, whether the builder will pass on those savings to the prospective tenant. I think that in this motion we're predominantly talking about data, housing data, and that when it comes to policy, I think there's any number of myriad ways of really up to approaching your question. I think that a really perfect example is actually the kind of income, and I think that there has been a big focus on income, but then there are of course many different I think elements of what informs housing, the development of housing. But that really I think the practice of just offering citywide numbers in terms of building these targets, I think really doesn't necessarily deal with some of the practices that I know, which is actually dealing with area median income.
And can you elaborate on that in terms of the income piece?
Really, how does that begin to house those who are living in these respective neighborhoods in Vancouver, and really what might those types of different housing units look like when we take in things like area median income as opposed to just a general citywide numbers.
Okay, so potentially looking at a more nuanced approach by neighborhoods, recognizing there's different disparity of income and that across parts of the city, for example.
And very much so. And you got to remember that within Vancouver neighborhoods, particularly outside of the downtown core, we're talking about several $billion worth of family supportive amenities, and that really what might be some of those new policies to take advantage of those amenities, and really I think making sure that they're efficient, but then also inclusive of the diverse population that I think we want to have in the city.
And can you share with us?
Excuse me, Councillor Kerr-Young, I'm afraid you are out of time.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Young.
Okay. And thank you,
pleasure.
Mr. Young. I very much appreciate, as always, your coming to council and providing us with information and your views. So thank you. And it is that's it, council, for speakers. So we are now going to take our
just
dinner
a point of procedure.
Can
you let us?
I'm going to, before you jump in, I'm just going to detail, I was in the middle of saying that we are going to take a dinner break until 6:15. And it gives us a little bit more than an hour. And then we will come back at that point and deal with the debate and the decision on this motion. And then, yeah.
Sorry, point of parliamentary procedure, Chair Carr. I appreciate that. I just was wondering, is there a hard start time for patios?
I have conferred with the a hard start time for patios.
I thought this was what was on the agenda. My apologies.
A special council meeting has been called for 6. I've conferred with the clerk, and it's fine that we start at 6:15.
Thanks so much.
Chair Carr?
Yes, go ahead.
Once we finish the special council meeting, I would suggest that we can look at reconvening the standing committee at 7:15.
Great. Okay. And do we need a motion for that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So Councillor DiGenova.
That we recess.
That we recess and we reconvene the standing committee after the special council meeting, as per the clerk's suggestion, if that's all right.
At 7:15.
7:15.
Great. Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, go ahead.
Or it might be privilege. I'm still not clear between differentiating between finishing off this item within standing committee and the special council meeting. I heard both 6:15 and 7:15. Could you just
clarify again?
Clarify again, please.
We have a special council meeting that was due to start at 6. We've taken a little bit more time on this, so we're going to start that special council meeting at 6:15. It is a limited agenda. We expect that we can get through it in an hour. We are going to, if this motion passes, recess this committee meeting now and reconvene at 7:15. So we will continue with this item and the remainder of the agenda items after starting at 7:15.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Kirby-Young, are you on this? Are you on this list to speak? I've got you request to speak.
I think that was a holdover, Madam Chair. From
Got it.
Okay.
Thanks. All right. Okay. So I'm just going to call a verbal vote on this. All those in favor of recessing now, reconvening this committee meeting at 7:15, and from 6:15 to 7:15, having our special council meeting. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Great. Have a good dinner, everyone.
Thank you.
Council, could I please ask you to exit the current WebEx to have a new one for the special council meeting? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk.